Warning, the following contains material that may be too disturbing to some people. Descriptions of violence, mature situations, and adult themes. This is intended for mature audiences. Viewer discretion is advised. All right. Welcome to Forest of Flesh. We are here. Ella is not. She might be a couple hours late, or she might not make it. She drove her car into a McDonald's, so not really. She's just having some car trouble. So the rest of you guys, what have y'all been up to this week? Wolf is here today. Wolf, how are you doing?
I am. I'm good.
Right on. Tim, remember Q, Birdie?
Doing good.
Y'all doing all right.
We came back to work today.
Yeah.
Fun stuff.
Right on. So, what happened last week, Wolf? You watched the video. You can chime in if you like.
Yeah, okay. I can give it a shot. So, where's my notes? So I believe that Melora Melora was called over to the pond by the two water deities that I don't remember the name of. Siobhan and Ilias?
Yes, twins of the sea.
Nice. Right. The water twins. And there was a bit of discussion about, I believe, her father and some kind of pact that was made that she wasn't necessarily abiding by because it wasn't her pact.
Yeah.
But I think in the end she gave in and agreed to abide by the pact in return for her memories back. Is that right?
Yeah. Her power level has increased with her memories. And also, maybe she remembered something about that pact. That's entirely possible too. Is her powers over 9,000? Well, we will see. We will see if it's over 9,000.
Or 9th level spells in this case.
We will see.
Let's see. And then she passed out. Everyone freaked out, even though she's a deity of the water. So I'm not sure what they were worried about. Could have left her there. She'd be fine. They pulled her back to shore with some levitation and Fey Dragon shenanigans. Or pseudo-dragons shenanigans, I should say. And then I believe everyone decided to move and, like, for a chance to awaken, like take a short rest or a couple and give her some time. So they moved back towards Hersom, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay, I'm guessing here a little bit.
And we had some banter along the way.
Yeah, there was some. I think there were some reveals from Lyram, little ones, that he killed his master and.
No, I said that the first time that everyone met me. It was like, oh yeah, I murdered my creator. It's fine though. He deserved it.
No one trusts the statue so far, which is good.
We got some reveals from Finney also.
Oh yeah, the Uncle Peter and Uncle Paul. Is that right?
Oh yeah.
And the Mary Mother.
Paul.
And the name
And
Phoebe,
Mother Mary.
I think the name Phoebe was revealed last session.
And all of his family members are called Sha'ah.
Right. This does not make sense. And he told people to call him Feeny, but then he forgot to respond to it when they did. So I got the impression people decided not going to call him Feeny. We took a short rest. I think Melora eventually woke up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess the only other thing, I kind of got lost in the middle there because there was a lot going on. But I believe near the end, for some reason, Sha'ah decided to try and steal from Hirschstam as he was watching.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
He tried to poke the bear.
Right. as you do. Because sheep love poked bears.
I mean, he could have responded a lot worse. I decided to let you live.
Also, Odayn found out he was gonna die.
Yeah.
Right. That was a big one.
He's dealing with it pretty well, considering. He's just like, yeah, let's do this.
He was like, all right.
I think that wasn't bad for not being here.
Yeah, it was actually really good. This might be our best, our best catch up yet.
Recap.
I can't do it that well when I am here.
So we left off at, I guess it was at the camp. So, or you guys didn't head back to the stairs yet, right?
No.
I think we decided to hold off on that until Vash was with us.
Yeah. All right.
And the last thing that they were talking about was teleporting and trying to figure out how they teleport everyone. Like the last 500 feet or something to Oberon's tree.
Miss Palace.
Or one of the last things.
Yeah, I do remember that being mentioned.
So I wrote down in my notes that Vash is perfectly capable of teleporting, but was letting them worry about it because it's funny.
Well, he was just busy.
Well, that too, yeah.
Also, like
Lyram can also teleport. He just thought the conversation was kind of boring.
we might need to mention, because we did.
Yeah, probably would be a good idea.
We did have a conversation. We don't need to tell them everything that Vash was up to, but me and Wolf had a one-on-one, and he made some rolls and stuff for what exactly was going on for him during that time. And I mean, there's just a few things that the rest of the group should know. At some point,
a few things you would have noticed. A giant ape was summoned at one point, screamed in terror, its leg fell off, and then it went away. A cat also was summoned at one point, screamed in terror, and disintegrated.
Yep.
What else?
Just totally normal good guy things. You know?
Yeah.
Just a couple ritual
Yeah, Lyram
sacrifices. That's all it was.
Definitely would have wouldn't have barely noticed it. Normal Vash things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the rest of you think of Vash, but he's a little shifty, and I'm not saying that Vash is. I'm saying he might come off as like a fire cult guy sometimes, who likes to sacrifice people to the flame. And maybe this is what he was doing. Who knows?
This is the first time he's done something like this, correct?
That is wholly untrue. I do not just sacrifice to the flame. I sacrifice to a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk again about the one time he murdered a woman in front of her kid after she had given you guys a reading. I brought her back to life, so it's okay. It was just horribly scarring. Is all.
It does not count if I revive him.
But none of us was there to witness it.
No,
yeah.
That's my nice little secret.
If none of us saw it, then it didn't happen, right?
Exactly.
But apparently, we all witnessed a gorilla and a cat.
At some point, yeah. And I think for the majority of the time, he was kind of off to the side, keeping to himself, because he probably needed space to summon this giant ape and
Yeah.
But
Can I ask roughly at what point did he summon a giant ape? Was it when we were trying to save Melora, or
So
was it when Odayn was still with Hearsome?
The cat would have been summoned first, and you might have like vainly taken note of it because it did screech before it died. That would have been like near the tail end of the Melora conversation, I think. And then The giant ape would have been after the rest, I think.
That sounds right.
Or no, I was taking rest while they were talking. That's right, because you said it was about 3 hours of game time.
Yeah, at most, yeah.
So it would have been probably while you guys were trying to retrieve Melora. Something like that? I don't know. Somewhere in there. It would have been before you all went back to Hearsum.
So was I there for the cat?
No, not.
No, you would have been talking to Hearsum.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
The others would have been. Lyram would have been nearby, I guess, sort of.
Lyram does not care.
Yeah. I figured. Orilyn couldn't see or hear anything, so she wouldn't have noticed. Sha'ah maybe did, but...
He might have commented, cat. Good spell component.
Cat only lasted about 5 seconds, so...
Right.
The giant ape lasted about, I think you said 12 or something like that?
I think, yeah, it was like 12 to 18 seconds.
Yeah. Most of it was screaming in pain.
Yeah, definitely. But, you scream in pain sometimes when your leg suddenly turns black and disintegrates.
Yeah.
That's a thing that you do. That's
Normal,
an appropriate
everyday
reaction.
stuff.
So, what are you guys doing as we actually, I think I got it. I think I got something that'll be happening. So we fade in on the camp, but not focused on you guys. We're sort of focused off, a few yards away, maybe 20 yards away. And we sort of just see you guys interacting as you were when we left off last time in the distance, kind of out of focus. We don't really hear exactly what you all are saying. Maybe you're talking to Hearsum or each other. And we fade in on this dog just outside of camp, kind of stoking around in the grass, looking for mice to chase or things to chew on. And this dog, let's see here, comes upon some food that's been left out, and it starts to sniff around in some of the sacks that have been left on the ground. Turns its nose up. Maybe it opens one of the sacks and like a cabbage or something falls out. Dog doesn't seem interested. Moves on to the next group of food. It does grab an apple in its mouth. And then it heads towards the group of you. Most of the people in the camp don't pay it any mind as it sort of like saunters between them, ignoring their conversation, and sort of like squeezes by them and up by Hearsum. Pauses at him, takes a look for a moment, and then moves around him and the other satyrs. And gets a look at Odayn, and then he drops the apple on the ground, and starts barking, like a playful kind of bark at him, trying to get his attention. And that's where we sort of like focus our attention on you guys. What are you all doing?
Kind of surrounded by people, so I can't be inspecting anything.
Does it drop the apple at his feet?
It just kind of like dropped it on the ground, like it. Maybe it wants to play, or actually give me an insight check.
Insight.
Yeah.
That's...
Yeah, it didn't drop it directly at your feet. It just dropped it, and now its focus is on you, and it's just sitting there barking.
Is it bark? Is it loud enough to like to be noticeable? I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's not barking quietly. You know, it's barking pretty loud. Even with all the people talking around you guys, if they're having their own conversations. And Vash, you can move around if you want. You're not like trapped there. Yeah, it's audible over the crowd. It's a pretty loud bark.
Does it look clean? Relatively clean?
I mean, it looks like the it looks like the image. Relatively clean. It's not like a flea-ridden mutt. It looks like a pet dog, like an outdoor dog, maybe a hunting dog or something like that. But yeah, it's short hair breed.
Odayn's gonna go up to it and, hey, buddy, where did you come from?
Do you like stick a hand out or anything?
Yeah.
Make an animal handling check.
All of these wisdom checks. Go.
All right. So you stick your hand out to pet it. And let me see here. And yeah, I mean, he at first he's kind of like flinches back. Then he sort of like allows you to scratch his ear or whatever. He stops barking for a moment. But as soon as you like stop, he opens his mouth and like grabs at your wrist, not hard, not like threateningly. But he starts to pull you towards Hearsome. I guess he would be like in that square. But
what is it, boy?
He grabs you by the wrist and he starts whining, and he's like pulling you back like this way, in this direction, sort of this direction.
Okay. I probably will follow it, and then I would also probably look around to see if anyone's missing a dog. Does this dog belong to anyone?
Let me see. Do I know
Does it
what
go-
kind of breed this is?
Probably not. It's not a Feywild breed. I'll say that much.
Okay.
But I don't know. Have you seen the dog before? I guess it's possible. You've been here. You've been in this area. If you weren't a loner, you might have interacted with these folks before.
I do have a pack of my pack of things are
Spirit
hounds.
Spirit hounds.
Yeah. But if this is not part of the Fey realm, then probably this is not part of the hounds that I'm with, which are blink dogs.
Yeah.
Or anything.
Yeah, it's not a blink dog, that's for sure.
Okay.
What's a dog doing here?
Hearsome, is this your dog?
Yeah, Hearsome's like in the middle of getting him massaged and like fed grapes. And he's probably got his eyes closed, and he just like opens one eye and he says, "Oh yeah, that's a friend of mine. He seems to like you." Huh. He closes his eye again.
Odayn's like gonna pet him some more and say, "So what is it that you want, boy?" As he follows him.
Yeah. He pulls you back to like here, like towards Hearsome. He tries to get you closer, but that's as close as he can get you mechanically. So he's like trying to get you towards Hearsome, so he's like directing you. He's whining a little bit.
Hearsome, I think your friend wants something. He wants me to go to you.
Hearsome goes. He opens his eye again. He looks kind of annoyed and goes, give me that apple. And he just like holds out a hand. He like wrenches his hand away from somebody who's like massaging his hand, like wrenches it away from them, and he like holds it out, like just expecting someone to hand him the apple. If you don't do it, the person who was massaging his hand will pick it up and hand it to him.
Did he instruct me to get the apple, or did someone else?
He just instructed everybody.
Yeah, he just said it in general. Like he didn't say it to any one person. He just kind of said it out loud to everybody.
I think Odayn would do it. He would go over there to grab the apple and give it to him.
Yeah. As soon as you set the apple in his hand, he throws it behind him, like it's kind of relatively as hard as he can. Like he just chucks it behind him. And so it goes flying like this direction, pretty far. Let me see here. Because he might make a check. And animal handling's wisdom, right?
Yes.
16. Rolled the same as you. Isn't that funny? Actually, it's very fitting. The dog, however, rolls a 19. So he chucks it. He grabs the apple and he chucks it behind him, and the dog just watches the apple soar through the air, and then it sits down, and it starts barking at you. Odayn.
Did you want food, boy? Odayn's gonna grab a piece of ration, dried ration, and then hand him some food.
You hold the food out, and he starts growling.
Okay. I put it back in my bag. Do you want me to grab the apple? I like inch towards it to see if he responds.
He starts barking, like just really loudly. He's following you. He's not moving, but he's following where you're going. Like with his where he's pointed. And he's just barking at you, and he's kind of like doing that things dogs do, where he's jumping up on his hind legs and like hitting the ground with his front two legs really hard at you while he's barking. Like he's just like hitting the ground with his front two legs over and over again, barking at you.
Dan looks super confused. He turns to Melora and he's like shrugs. He's like, "Do you know what it wants?"
Melora says, "Sorry, I don't really do dogs. I don't know much about them."
I've never had a dog either. I mean, they've always been nice, but I've never had a pet before.
You hear some kind of go, pet.
What was that? What do you mean, pet?
That one's no pet, boy.
Oh, what? Is it another? What do you mean? Is it like another one of the Archfey, or what do you mean it's not a pet?
he just starts he starts kind of chuckling when you say that, and then he kind of like face palms, and then he just shakes his head and he goes back to being massaged and closes his eyes. He doesn't even respond to that.
Is it a big dog?
I mean, it's like a bloodhound sized dog. Like
Okay, so it's not small enough to pick up.
No. I mean, it's like a hunting dog, like a spaniel or bloodhound. I mean, you could pick it up. It's not too big to pick up, but it's not like Great Dane sized or anything.
It's not Chihuahua.
Yeah, it's not Chihuahua, and it's kind of like maybe a little bit smaller than a German Shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's a good like a lab sized, maybe like a chocolate lab sized dog.
Okay. Can I like look around for like a stick?
Sure. I'll look around. You want to make an investigation check?
You see my whisper, Sam?
No, I didn't. Oh, yes, you can. Yeah. Do you say anything?
I figured I'd type it.
All right. Yeah, you find a stick pretty close by, easy, just like laying on the ground. It's got chew marks on it.
I like wave it around and then see if it responds to it. Like,
Make an
do you
animal,
want to?
make an animal handling check. Oh. Oh no. The dog lunges at you. Hang on a second. I didn't think this would happen, but it did. So we're here. Hang on. I'm gonna need a minute to pull something up. Okay. Improv. 332. Hang on. All right. Okay. All right. No big deal. Not a huge deal. So the dog lunges at you. What? How? How? So you roll a crit 1, and then he lunges at you and rolls a crit 20. All right. So he knocks you prone. So the dog lunges at you, knocks you down, and he's on top of you. And when he lunged at you, you like instinctively brought your arm up, and so he like latched onto your arm. You're gonna take some damage. 2d6 plus 1. That's with the crit.
Odayn, why are you teasing the dog?
7 damage. That's with the crit. And you are grappled.
What do you mean, Vash? I was just trying to play with it. Isn't that what people do with dogs? They like throw sticks or whatever.
The dog's got him. He's by the arm on the ground. The dog's got his mouth still on his arm, and he's shaking him. He's just like, and he's like, the whole time Odayn's talking, he's just like, his arm's getting yanked around.
Send another message, by the way. Yeah, you don't get a response.
Everything good there, human?
Jeez, quit fooling around.
Everything's good, sheep.
The dog's not trying to hurt you. It's not like biting down harder, or it's not even really growling menacingly. It's just kind of like playful, sort of, I guess.
Can I try to stand up from prone?
You can try. Make a strength check.
Is it just a strength check or like athletics check?
It could be athletics, I suppose. Let me pull up Doggo's strength, because he's gonna try to not let you stand up. The strength is not very good, so you're lucky there.
Well, I rolled low. So.
You have a plus 12 to athletics. Okay. He also rolled low. He rolled the same number as you, actually, on the die. Yeah, so you're able to stand up. Just fine. But he's still got a hold of you.
He's still latched onto me.
Yeah. You could probably like pick him up off the ground. like with your arm, like if you just like lifted your arm up, the dog comes
Yeah,
off the ground.
Can I'd like to lift it up and sort of carry it with me and sort of pet it, try to calm it down.
Make an animal handling check.
Something to whisper.
The dog's eyes start glowing red.
Oh my god!
Like bright red.
This is not a normal dog.
All right, so your animal handling check, and okay, you fail. No, the dog fails. Yeah, you hold the dog. You're holding the dog off the ground. Its eyes are glowing red, and you reach out to pet it, and it's just like hanging in the air and just trying to yank. Like it keeps trying to yank on your arm to try to like bring you down to the ground, but it can't. Yeah, you pet it, and it starts to calm down, and then after like I don't know, 3-4 seconds, it lets go, and it just sits there, and watches. Like it sits on the ground. It just sits on the ground and stares at you. Stops barking for a second.
You know what, boy? If you want me to do something, why don't you calmly, instead of attacking me, point to where you want me to go? Because biting at me is not going to help.
It cocks its head as you're talking, like it turns its head to the side.
You know you're talking to a dog, right?
Yeah, and isn't that what pet owners do?
Wouldn't know.
I mean, you've had animals before, Vash.
I know a fair bit about animals, and talking to them like they're not going to get it.
Okay. Well, all right. That's fine, but I'd rather talk to it like it was a friend. So,
Boy.
how does everyone else react to the dog? Like, how is Isha looking at them? Somebody wants to eat it.
I think Ishu is in the middle of telling the person rubbing Kirsim's feet. And he's telling them about the time that he saved a bunch of kids from these horrible monsters that lived in a cave. And yeah, and then so you look over, and that's what Ishi's doing. Like he hasn't even regarded the dog really. He's just like he's embellishing the story, right? So he's like trying to make himself sound really cool and good and like a brave hero. Let me see how well he does, I guess. Where is his thing? Load roll 20, please. He's doing he's doing a pretty good job. Yeah, so he's doing a good job of telling the story. It sounds not only believable, but like kind of epic. Like yeah. Like maybe he's been listening to you and your songs about fights. And he's like he's like using terms that you would use.
I mean, he was in my Chua Tin Tam tag song. So.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Odayn's gonna go over to Vash and see if the
Still
dog
holding
follows
the
him.
dog? Oh.
Well, I put the dog on the ground.
Okay.
See if the dog follows him.
Yeah, the dog follows you if you start to move away, and starts barking immediately, like chasing after you.
So, what were you doing over there with that monkey earlier?
Some experiments. Trying to figure out what this stuff does. Any kind of gestures to the pile of equipment on the ground.
Where did the monkey come from?
You've seen my monkey before.
Yeah, but that was Ishu.
I can.
Who did you turn into a monkey?
My cat?
You have a cat?
I have a thing.
When did you get a cat?
It's not always a cat. It's a helper. It's an animal I can summon.
Okay. Well, okay, so what did you find out?
So far, not a lot. Shit's pretty dangerous. I tried attaching it to the cat, and it disintegrated it. I tried attaching it to the monkey, and its leg melted. So, not going to be putting it on anytime soon, I think. There's some kind of power in it, though.
So are you just gonna lug it around?
Till I figure out what it does. Do you not
It
realize?
It sounds like the time where we lugged around that chest of hearts.
Yeah, but that could have been useful too, but this will actually be useful. Tell me, do you know anything about those creatures that we fought?
Well, I personally don't, because I'm not from around here, but maybe Orilyn does, because didn't...
It was a rhetorical question. Of course you don't. None of you do. No one seems to. But they found us, and that means they know we're here.
Okay.
So we're going to run into them again. Wouldn't it be good if we know what they can do so we can, try not to die?
Do you need any help with your experiments?
Vash kind of thinks for a second. Well, I do need a test dummy.
Well, there's a statue over there that's following us.
Hey, statue, you want to help out?
With what?
Music and magic.
Similar if you think about it.
Yeah, I think Vash is experimenting in music and magic.
Is this true?
It could
Probably.
be.
It could be.
Probably more the magic than the music, but
Hi.
I think he's working on it.
We've got some powerful artifacts here, but we need to figure out what they do.
What artifacts?
I'll gesture down at the pile of pieces of armor on the ground with these 4 massive metallic tentacles that are
Can I make an Arcana check?
folded up.
Yeah, you can make an Arcana check.
All right. Arcana. Looks like a giant piece of metal armor with tentacles coming out of it.
They're not attached. I'll kick it and show that they're not attached.
Yeah.
That was really helpful. Do you want to try putting one of them on so we can see what they do?
No.
Odayn, how about you?
Do you think it will help?
It might. Actually, tell you what. Do you remember that shop owner that we visited? Actually, when was the last time we had something identified out of character? I know none of us have that spell, right?
I don't think you guys ever had something identified. You always...
Yeah, I don't think we ever had anything
Ever?
identified.
Oh, well, son of... Okay.
I think you've always attuned to it.
Yeah.
I might be thinking... Maybe we had something identified on the B team?
Maybe Soul identified something, but I don't remember.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. All right, well, never mind. It's I mean, chances are it's probably going to kill you.
So then why did you want me to touch it?
Well, touching it won't kill you. I'll pick one up and hold it. Putting it on will. Probably.
Alright, so then... I mean, I can touch it if you're saying it won't kill me. I won't put it on then.
It's not going to kill you. But I need to find out what it does, and there's only a few ways that we can do that, and I don't have the magic for it, so putting it on is kind of the next best way.
Well, maybe we can see if some of these folks have the magic. I'm going to point to the Ladrin. Do you want me to ask them?
Yeah, go for it. If not, maybe that great and powerful wizard will be able to do it.
I turn to the blue Eladrin.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
2 questions. Do you know if this dog belongs to anyone?
The dog is still like whining and barking at you. Now that you've stopped moving, it's not so like loud and annoying. It's kind of just like as long as you're standing still, it's kind of not barking at you so much as just like constantly whining. When the Eladrin turns and focuses her attention on you, I need you to make a wisdom save.
Okay.
It's a relatively low DC. So okay, all right. You have it's a charm. Do you have advantage on charm effects?
Oh, I do now.
Okay, all right. You can roll again. Hey, look at that, natural 20.
Nice.
All right. So you feel. Let me see what the effect is exactly here. You feel like when she turns and looks at you, you feel like an immense like sadness kind of just like wash over you for a moment, and then you shake it off and you're fine. And this Eladrin that you're talking to is like one of the only people in the group that's kind of like keeping to themselves and sort of just like moping in general. And you ask her about the dog, like if she knows whose the dog belongs to. And she just kind of like sort of monotonely says, no, the dog is just around. I don't think it belongs to anyone.
Oh, that's good.
No, Odayn, you can't keep it.
Why not?
Because it'll get killed.
I'll protect it.
Can't even protect yourself.
I'm still alive, aren't I?
Vash, you say that out loud.
Oh yeah, mumble it.
Yeah, when Vash says you can't even protect yourself, the dog starts barking, like in response to what he's just said.
Not barking at me, just barking?
Like make an insight check.
Sure.
You can too, Odayn, I suppose. Okay. Odayn, would you like to roll as well? Okay. So the Odayn, the dog is definitely responding to what Vash just said. Vash, I'm gonna whisper you something.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so I have a question. Well,
Let's see.
Actually, I don't know if the 3 is necessarily important.
It has.
I think it just has to understand languages.
It's that exact number, and on its sheet, languages, nothing is written.
Yeah, so never mind. But it seems to understand what I'm saying. Weird. Okay.
It seems to understand the sentiment, at least.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Hmm.
dogs respond to a lot of things. They don't. They can learn like
Right.
140 words, but also they respond to body language, emotion, facial expression. There's a lot of ways people communicate that they don't realize.
I will not say anything for the moment.
I'm going to turn back to the logic. So, second question: do you know of anyone who could identify some magic items for us?
She kind of just like stares at you and blinks a couple times. And let me see if she doesn't have the ability to do this. No. She says if anyone here can do that, it would probably be him. And she points to Fearsome. She sounds really annoyed to be talking to you. Like, she's got an attitude for sure.
Vash
I'm gonna
sympathizes.
I'm gonna inside check for that just to see if Odayn even notices. He probably won't.
I'll let you decide with that.
Oh, cool. Well, thank you for your help. Maybe we'll talk to hear some. Vash, did you hear that?
I heard it.
We should probably talk to him. He could probably help us out.
Hey, monkey boy.
Thanks so much, ma'am.
Did you just call Fearsome Monkey Boy?
Absolutely.
So when you thank the lady, she doesn't respond. She just like walks away. Like, I'm gonna go over here and where I could be left alone. Kind of.
Have a good day.
Yeah, she doesn't say anything. You refer to Fearsome as Monkey Boy. I don't think he responds. I mean, he's got his eyes closed and he's being massaged right now. I don't think he knows you're talking to him.
Go into Druidcraft and make snow fall on his face.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so Snowfall, and he immediately like pulls his hands away from the two people, massaging his hands and like and starts like slapping the snow off his face. All right, which one of you did it? Which one was it?
That'd be me.
I point at Vash.
Odayn points at Vash.
Yeah, he like stands up and he comes storming over there. He's like, "Oh, you think that's funny? You think that's funny, huh?"
Bet, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's funny.
Too bad. So I heard that you might be able to help us out. And seeing as how you've been such a help so far, I thought maybe you'd volunteer.
Trying to decide what he does here because he's gonna do a thing.
Vash is so good with people. Especially when they're gods.
All right. So when he says I don't think that's funny, right after he chants a word. It's like a note, like a musical note. It's very discordant. It's very unpleasing
Music and magic.
to the ear.
Quite similar if you think about it.
And
I knew that was coming.
I need to make a DC 18 charisma save, please.
Charisma save. Okay.
Yep. DC
Sure, why not?
18.
I have to get pretty
All right.
pretty lucky.
On a success, you take damage. On a fail, you're charmed and must use your reaction to make a melee attack against one random creature within range. On their turn, that creature uses its action to make a melee attack against a random target within range, and uses their full movement to walk in a random direction. They won't walk into obvious hazards, but can invoke opportunity attacks. This effect ends at the end of their turn. So make an attack against either Lyram, Hearsome, or Odayn. I guess roll a d3. 1 Lyram, 2 Hearsome, 3
Sorry, Odayn.
Odayn.
I usually I have my staff in my hand, so I'll probably try and smack him with that. I'm real good at it. It's going slow for some reason.
It's a 9.
Doesn't hit.
So he misses.
Yeah,
So he takes a swing at you, Odayn, misses, and then he just starts to walk off into the woods.
Which direction?
I guess roll. Is it a random direction?
I don't know.
I
thought it said away from the person, so I went that way.
Walking in a random direction. Would you like to roll a d8?
Okay. Sure. I'm going to walk over someone.
Which one's the one right here?
1 is up, and then 2 to the right. So 60. 1, 2, 3. Wait.
It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wait, 6 here? Okay.
He's gonna follow up.
Go hang out with the...
Yeah, you go walking by, and she makes a face as you get close to her, like, oh god, don't talk to me. Yeah,
Vash is just like brows drawn down, trying to figure out why he's doing this.
Yep, he seems confused. Odayn, would you like to take an attack of opportunity as he walks away?
No, he missed.
Okay, we'll hear some will.
Okay.
Let's see here. All right. We will do that.
What's that?
It's his fiddlestick. Does a 15 hit? That's a natural
15
2.
does not hit.
All right, yeah. So he takes a swing as you walk away and misses.
What's his problem?
Here's some kind of chuckles. And he says, his ego, probably.
Here's some. You see these things on the ground? Vash said that we need to identify them. Do you know if you can do that?
Look, identifying's not really my thing.
Do you know anyone who can?
He kind of like stares off for a moment and like he's thinking. Not anyone that would be here. I mean, I would wager that this Uberma guy can do it. I mean, if he can make this place, he should be able to identify something, I would think.
Well, I mean, I guess we have to find him anyways, right? So, cool. Well, thanks for your help.
Do you think that was funny?
Yeah, here's some kind of chuckles a little bit. I mean, it was a little funny. Yeah.
Vash, why did you try to hit me?
I'm gonna nod at Hearsome. And he cast some kind of enchantment on me.
Was that true here, son?
He starts to snicker.
Well, I mean, you did insult him. You called him a monkey boy.
He is a monkey. Look at him.
He says, look, I would never do something as low down and dirty as casting magic on someone out of spite or anything like that. You know? It's just not who I am. I'm an Archfey. You know, we have a certain code of honor.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, Vash, he's been trying to help us this whole time anyway, so...
Really? How?
Yeah. He gave me the sword. I had to take out the sword. And
Just looks like a hilt.
I think this is after I edge into it, right?
Yeah, so you can use a bonus action to make it, like...
I'll use my bonus action to light it up.
Yeah.
Do we need the sound effect?
Wow.
I think I have a lightsaber sound effect somewhere.
God damn it.
Go ahead. I'll find it. I'll find it at some point.
So you have a sort of like, does it actually cut things? Have you tried it?
I mean, well, you tried to hit me. Do you want me to try hitting you?
Let me think about that. Would you like me to call lightning down on your head?
What would you like me to try hitting then? Try slicing.
You could try it on Harrison. Or just pick a branch, would work too.
I'll pick up a branch and then slice it.
Make an attack roll, I guess.
A branch?
Do you have the item on your sheet? You do. Awesome.
You miss and chop off your arm.
All right. Yeah. So it destroys the branch. I'll let you decide how to narrate it. Like, if you want to say how it happens.
I think he sort of like just puts the blade to the branch and it sort of ignites, and just explodes.
Right on.
Into small pieces. And as a bonus action, I guess I'll receive the sword and tell Vash, see, Jason gave me this powerful weapon, so he's helping.
Pearson goes, look, you gotta stop telling people you got that from me, okay? I'm serious.
Oh. Why? Is it a secret?
It's like,
you should have gave it to me.
It's like you have no subtlety at all. Look, I don't care where you got it. Just, here is fine, but just don't go telling everyone, all right? I'd appreciate that.
Odayn, I remember that you have this fondness for naming your weapons. You should just call it Harrison's Blade.
Well, he did give it to me. Harrison's Blade sounds amazing.
You gotta show a little bit of appreciation.
How about Harrison, what was your title again? The Prince of Fools?
He's just like closing his eyes and like wincing.
That seems fitting.
Hello, Harrison?
What?
Was that it?
You're not gonna name it after me.
I mean, we can be a little more. We could be a bit more subtle and say this is the Fool's Saber. How about that?
It's fine, I guess.
Well, if he's not going to properly honor you, I will. I'll make sure that everyone we know knows how much you helped us.
Oh, Vash. Let me see here.
You could try, but I have good wisdom.
He might just outright kill you.
Yeah, I mean, I think he probably would at least try. The odds of you failing are
kill me?
Pretty low.
Oh, the thing. Okay, yeah.
Not kill you.
The thing I assumed he would try.
Yeah, the thing I think you assumed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last one for the day.
So wisdom save.
Right.
It is a charm. I think it becomes charm.
I have advantage on wisdom saves. 23.
23. The DC is 18, so you succeed. So yeah.
Do I assume I notice it?
Yeah, I mean he chants, and it's verbal and somatic components. So he chants some Sylvan words about forgetting, and traces a rune in the air with his hand. And then you succeed on the save. Like your memory feels foggy for a second. You succeed, and then he curses out loud.
Gonna have to try harder than that to get in my head.
I was gonna take modify memory, and then I decided that I'd just kill anyone that I didn't want knowing things.
Here's some
That's
here's some cracks his fingers like out in front of him, and he says, "I was gonna take it easy on you." And then he chants another word. I need a DC 18 con save, please.
fun save. Okay.
Like hits a
Don't think I have.
sings a note. This one is also discordant, but it's a little more grating, and sort of
Okay,
just
it's only for concentration.
painful to hear.
Oh, not with advantage. Just the first one.
That's a fail.
9.
You take some damage. I think you're resistant to psychic, right?
Oh, it's on. Yes.
You take 29. If you're resistant, you take half.
14.
Yep. So you like chance a
Okay.
word and like you feel an intense pain in your head. And yeah, it's horrible. It's grating. It's like the worst migraine. It's probably kind of familiar pain for you, actually. Maybe your nose bleeds.
I
a
mean,
little
I just
bit.
went up the stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is nothing.
It's about like
that-
stair 5 level of pain. Stair 5 or
Yeah.
6.
Is that all you got? Really?
I can do this all day. He says he kind of like cracks his neck back and forth. He says, "Would you like another?"
Guys, I don't think we should be fighting each other.
Tell me, if I kill you, do I get an orb from you?
He says, "You think I'm stupid enough to keep it on me?"
Good to know.
It's like he's just like now he's just like watching Vash and kind of like looking for an excuse. Come on, just make a move.
I'll cast Druidcraft and make it snow on his face again.
Oh.
Yeah. It's annoying, but he's not gonna like kill you for it.
While they're doing this, I'm gonna cast protection from evil and good on myself, just in case.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then I'll take a big step back.
Jane's gonna get in the middle.
So
guys,
you're not going to be useful. Cool.
guys, don't fight each other.
He chants another word. I think we heard this one. We heard this one earlier. I think maybe when he was talking to Lyram, he did this. You make a intelligence save, Vash. DC still 18.
Bit better at those. Get rid of my advantage.
All
18
right.
is a high save, okay?
It's kind of better to fail this one because if you succeed, you take damage. The creature is overwhelmed by illusory sensations of pleasure and tranquility and is stunned until the end of its next turn. Just for context, this is called Note of Ecstasy. So,
What does the illusion of Vash's ecstasy look like?
To be honest, probably like blowing Hearsome away.
I mean, this is like tranquility. I don't like pleasure, and I don't know.
Well,
I mean, this is meant
Vash
to be
doesn't have that many vices is the problem, so I don't know what it would be specifically. That's the thing he wants.
Women, men,
Tentacles.
tentacles.
All of the above.
Yeah. maybe we just don't see like what Vash sees, and we just like he goes slack jawed and starts drooling. Yeah, and you're just stunned until the end of your next turn, and then Hearson starts to chuckle.
What did you do? Did you kill him?
He's not dead, is he? I don't think he'll probably be fine. I don't think it's permanent.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, really, he should be thanking me.
Well, I'm thanking you. Thanks for the sword. Vash is sort of harder to. He doesn't really trust a lot of people. He doesn't appreciate a lot of things. So maybe that's why he's kind of grumpy.
So he's always like that?
Pretty much.
Well,
maybe you should teach him how to. You should teach him how to lighten up.
It's a good thing I'm a nice guy, because maybe some other Archfey wouldn't be so kind about such disrespect.
Yeah. Good thing he didn't disrespect those other two Archfey that we found. He was kind of busy with these things, and he points to the armor on the ground.
It only lasts for until the end of your next turn, Vash.
So like 12 seconds.
Like 6 seconds.
Alright.
Yeah. Well, I guess, yeah, it would be about... Depending on... Yeah, it would be about 6 to 12, somewhere in there. You're right. Sorry, Odayn. What'd you say?
Oh, I said, thankfully he didn't disrespect the other two Archfey that we found. At least he was busy with something else while they were talking to them.
Yeah. I'm not really sure how the twins would react to that, to be honest with you. What other Archfeys have you met?
I think as far as Odayn knows, he only knows... Well, I think Odayn's only met Hearson. And he knows that he's talked to the other two. Or the rest of the party's talked to the other two.
Don't forget the annoying little dragon.
Yeah, Hearson's asking you. Yeah, do you tell him about the dragon?
I don't think Odayn knows that's an Archfey.
Oh, okay.
Did he say he was? He didn't.
At the end he did. Didn't he?
No, I think Sam just said, by the way, this is an Archfey.
Oh.
I don't think the dragon actually said that he was an Archfey.
Maybe not.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember. I've slept since then. Once or twice. It's only, I usually get 1 or 2 good sleeps in a month.
But yeah. Are you guys good now? Will this end this fight?
Well, if we were fighting, he'd be dead.
I'm pretty certain he'd be dead.
I mean, have you killed a god before? Well, Vash, you're some sort of like a god, right?
Well, the way it works for me is if I were to get stabbed through the heart or something, I just pop up somewhere else in the Feywild.
Oh, well.
Interesting. Somewhere else close to your stone, maybe.
And
if it works that way for you, why didn't Oberon come back?
He kind of like back and he goes, well, as long as there's a note of music in the world, I cannot be killed.
Oh, is that like music and magic?
Music and magic. quite similar if you think about it.
I think maybe he says that.
Because you said music, I'll make an insight check.
I think maybe he says that at the same time as Lyram. They're both just like music and magic. It's kind of the same thing as you think about it.
Lyram just looks at him. Yes.
Okay, well, I don't think he can help us, Vash, with the armor or whatnot.
You don't say.
Best person to ask would probably be the wizard. And we should probably get heading there. Because we have to go through.
Is Sha'ah trying to get manicured and massaged by the?
Yeah,
I
he's
just-
trying to like slowly sit on that bench.
Yeah, I don't think that they do actually. I think at some point they probably were like backing up Hearsome like his own personal entourage or something.
Yes, group them all together.
Like cheering him on and stuff. Yeah.
Makes it easier.
I mean, you could probably kill the satyrs, no problem. But I don't think. I don't think you can kill Hearsome. Maybe if you all got together, you could. Like, I think if you guys actually, as a team,
Alright, let's test the theory.
tried to.
By the way, here's you're not in the Feywild, just so you know.
Oh. I wonder what happens if you die here.
You want to find out?
I mean,
And I start
kind of,
running
yeah.
away.
I'm curious.
What'd you say, Wolf? What did you say?
He said, Vash is kind of, yeah, I'm curious.
He squints at you and he says, "Take your best shot. I
Guys,
dare you."
guys, don't fight. Don't fight, guys.
Issues.
I say, issue now.
What?
Does he look around?
Yeah, he's like, "Wait, what? What? Oh, what?"
No, not issue. Does Hearsome look around?
Make a deception check. I guess it would be
God
deception.
damn it. I'm good at
That's
those.
what that is. That's a deception. To be, if it makes you feel better, his insight's not great.
I think I clicked it. Maybe I didn't.
12.
I got 12.
I think he just has to roll a wisdom. That's what insight is, right?
Yeah, it's just wisdom.
He doesn't have the skill. 18.
Still enough.
He only has a +4. Yeah, he doesn't fall for it. He just stares at you and get it. And he goes, "Don't try to throw your friend under the bus." And then Ishu's like, "Wait,
Okay.
what? What's a bus?"
In my head, I'm gonna ask Tulpa, you're filling up for a fight.
Tulpa's like, "I don't think this is a good idea. You sure about this?" He's also still kind of winded.
No, it's fine.
Oh, really? Tulpa was able to convince you that easily, huh? He's like, okay.
No, Vash doesn't really want to fight him right now.
Yeah. Here's
So,
some kind of
Odayn, where are we gonna rest?
Do we need to rest? I thought we've been resting here. Shouldn't we head towards that place that Agape told us about?
We just spent the last 3 nights being attacked by plants, having souls stolen, and being chased through a maze. And we reached the first, and you'll glance at here, some semi-safe place, and you want to go.
Well, Agape's healed us. I don't know about you, but we've been resting here for a bit.
I had a bit of an ordeal getting here, so
Yeah, Vash
Yeah, well-
almost died.
Wait, he almost died to what? Did he try?
Stairs.
Did he try to put on those armor?
What do I look stupid?
Yes.
Okay, so then
Shut up, statue.
so then what almost killed you?
Stairs. It's not important. The point is, seems like it'd be a good time to rest,
That
wouldn't
does sound
You
stupid.
you almost died to stairs? How?
It sounds like you need to get into shape better.
Why do
did
you
like,
never?
fall?
Did you not notice the enchantment on the stairs as you were climbing them? Each one had an inscription.
Well, we were fine when we climbed up the stairs.
Yeah, well, I don't think it liked me bringing these things in here.
It sounds like
mean-
you're just terrible at walking upstairs.
Is there a reason this thing is following us? Have we figured out what this thing wants yet?
Yes.
We don't know why he's following us, but he says that we might lead him to this place that he wants to go to or try to find something. I don't know.
But what good is he to us?
We don't know, but
Music
we
and
haven't,
Statue, what are you good
Quite
for?
similar if you think about it.
we haven't tried to stop him. He hasn't been any nuisance to us. He's just kind of there.
Wait a minute. You were talking earlier, weren't you, about some kind of... Do I know what a database is? I think that's the word that Lyram used.
Do you know what a database is?
Yeah, or would I know it in context of what he was saying before?
What do you remember what you said, Lyra?
It was last session,
It-
as you guys were walking.
I don't remember.
Was it the word database? Is my
I'm
question.
pretty sure you said database, yeah, but I'm not 100%.
I do not remember.
See, like, you might be more familiar. Like, database is, I feel like, a really hard term for Vash to, like, know what it means.
Right.
But you would be really familiar with, like, the colloquial representation of a database. So, like, a library, a place where we keep records, a hall of records, maybe.
Collection of information.
Yeah, and I suppose it would be possible for you to hear the word database and associate the two things. Make
He
an-
was, yeah,
Make an intelligence check to see if you can.
okay.
Say it's relatively low, DC 13.
Let's see. Still have to get kind of lucky. Nope.
Okay.
Never mind.
So once you guys are done fighting, I'm gonna go check on Melora.
I'm gonna pick up the stuff.
Yeah, okay, you can pick up the stuff. The dog follows after Odayn. As soon as he starts to walk away, the dog starts going crazy again, barking and chasing after him.
Oh, and then in your head as you walk away, Dane, you hear, by the way, the dog thinks you're not able to protect yourself.
Say that again to protect myself.
It's just what the feeling I got.
Here's some
Okay.
raises an eyebrow at this. Nope, he still doesn't get it.
Can I look around for a place to, like, is there a treehouse that is uninhabited? Or just a good spot to make camp?
Let's see.
There's a treehouse over here.
Yeah, it's got somebody's stuff outside. Somebody was going. Yeah, you were going. That's
Could go up and hear some.
That's Pearson's. Yeah, okay. That's where you were stealing from.
Just piss him off.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, I think they're all pretty much taken. But you guys could set up like your tiny hut somewhere. Where there's plenty of clear space. Nearby.
Yeah, I'll just pick a spot that looks nice, I guess, and like go sit with the equipment.
Sure. And it is relatively nice. Like, I know you guys are out in the woods basically, but everything's fairly clean and very like natural. I mean, there's dirt and stuff all over the place, of course, but it's like a very appealing natural landscape here.
Something we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, Vash doesn't want to admit it, but he actually likes the place.
Well, I mean, those of you from the material realm, you've probably never seen a forest quite like this.
Not this green, yeah.
Yeah. And the trees are way bigger than trees you normally see. There are also different like species of trees too. So
Right.
yeah. Yeah. It's probably quite beautiful to you guys. Or odd, depending on how you think you'd feel about it.
If no one else wants to do anything, I want to check up on Melora. She's sort of just
sorry. She's just been kind of like standing by Agape, who has been like eating grass and just sort of like chilling off to the side. Like he's been looking up at when people get too highly emotional, like with the fight, he would look up and kind of like watch for a second, but then go back to like eating grass. Yeah, as you approach, do you say anything?
Well, as far as Odayn knows, Melora just went through an ordeal. She sort of just remembered everything at once. So he wants to check up on her. Melora, are you okay? Do you remember anything about your past that's important? Or I don't know. I just want to make sure you're okay.
She like turns to you and smiles solemnly, like forces a smile on her face and nods and says, "Yeah, I'm okay. There's a lot to kind of gather all at once with the different memories, but there's nothing too overwhelming or anything like that."
Well, you remember how you said that we knew each other from before? What do you mean about that?
She says, "What do you know about where your soul comes from?"
Well, I know that you come from the wheel.
Not in general. She like interrupts you. Not in general, Odayn. Where does yours come from?
I mean, isn't it the same as everyone else? Is my soul special somehow?
She kind of like, she sort of like laughs lightly, like very lightly. Make an insight check.
I should just keep my feet up because I make a lot of inside checks today.
Yeah, you know. She says, what do you know about the Fool, Odayn?
Well, I know the Fool's the first arcana. And I know that he's sort of the embodiment of adventure. That's kind of why I follow him. You know, he had a lot of courage. He's not afraid of taking life head on. Why do you ask?
She says, "Oh, you follow him. Do you ever pray to him or anything like that?"
I prayed to him once or twice, but he hasn't really answered.
And she kind of like grins at that. She goes, "Oh, he's never answered. Does that not seem odd to you?"
Well, I mean, I don't think the Arcana answered directly, really. I at least not that I've heard of. So maybe he just answered in different ways.
And she kind of like nods and she says, yes, maybe. She goes, I knew him once, you know.
Oh, what was he like?
Well, all the things you said are true, I suppose. But the thing about being an Arcana is you're stuck in one place. They tend to stay in heaven for a reason. And he didn't want to do that. From what he told me, he took human form. Left heaven.
Oh, is that how you met him? He left heaven and then found you?
She nods. She says, he fell. The dog is like barking when she starts talking about this. The dog starts going crazy. She goes, he fell. And he landed in my waters. And that's how we met. And somehow
nice.
or another, he found a way to bind himself to the wheel again. To keep hidden. Even from himself if he needed to. But round and round he goes. Always trying to do the right thing. Make good. Be a hero. A stupid, stupid hero.
Well, where is he now?
Make an insight check.
um, oof.
Oh. You go, where is he now? And she's just staring at you. And you see your reflection in like the color, like her eyes, basically, like the liquid on her eye. You just see like your reflection staring back at you. And she's just like looking at you. Like it's pretty obvious she's saying hello.
I'm the fool.
Like right here. Yeah.
Wait, are you saying what I think you're saying? Are you saying that I'm one of the reincarnations of the fool?
She kind of chuckles and she says, really, you're just getting this?
I mean, how am I supposed to know that? Like, as far as I know, I'm completely normal.
Normal.
Yeah, like I'm not an Arcana. I haven't had any. I mean, apart from meeting you and carrying Oberon's orb, I have nothing. I haven't done really anything special.
Says, well, not an Arcana. No, not currently, I suppose.
Is Hearsome listening in on this?
Yeah, I mean, he's probably paying attention, but he's probably looks a little perturbed, a little annoyed. Like, if you look over at him, he's got a look on his face like he's putting a puzzle together for the first time. He's like annoyed that it took him so long.
Wait, so if I'm an Arcana, what does that mean? I guess that means that I'm no longer part of heaven, right? Because you said that I found a way to attach myself to the wheel.
Well, from what he and she like stopped, you whatever told me, wanted adventure, right? Heaven didn't really offer that. And the world was a new place. It was a place rich with new experiences. Life was different than it was when he dwelt. So, yeah, he left it behind. And not being in heaven, you don't get to keep that kind of power with you.
So then, when you were talking about earlier, if I gave up my life for Oberon, then I wouldn't reincarnate like I would before. And that's why you look so sad.
She kind of gets serious for a second, and she says, I've made sure that's not going to happen.
What do you mean?
Well, part of the benefit of having my memories back is being able to make sure that, at the very least, your soul isn't destroyed when we do this.
Well, what do you have to do for that to happen? Are you powerful enough to do that? Could you do that?
She nods, and she says, there's not a whole lot I can do about the body, but I think I can just manage to keep the soul intact. And then she says, if you were still an Arcana, this would be a lot easier.
Well, I mean, from what you told me, my old self didn't want to be an Arcana. And from what Hearsome says, it doesn't seem like a lot of fun anyways. So I think being an Arcana is out of the question. Especially since I don't really know how to do it in the first place.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I think it's less about doing and more about just being. She kind of says that sarcastically.
So when you asked me for that favor to keep Oberon safe, that's why you trusted Oberon with me, and not just as some random person that you knew. And I think at this point, Odayn's starting to piece a lot of the things together, and it makes a lot of sense. Like his past interactions with Melora. So when I reincarnated into a new body, were you watching over me the whole time when I grew up?
Not always, not every time, but the plan was we would try to find each other later. Maybe one time we would get it right. Maybe one time it would be the right time. She kind of says all this very somberly. But it's never the right time.
So then if we do, well, did you know this was going to happen when you entrusted Oberon to me? That I would have to sacrifice my life to bring him back?
If you had to bring him back, yes. Didn't know you would have to, though.
Well, I mean,
you can't just put that inside a normal person.
But like you said, you
freezing.
I'm not a normal person, I guess.
Exactly.
Well,
hey,
since I guess you have the power to save my soul or whatever, doesn't that mean that we can just find each other again?
I hope so.
How did you find me the last time? Did you just go look for new babies?
Oh, no, it's not quite that simple. Psychics tend to help a lot. You usually have to pay them quite a bit.
Hmm. Okay, well, you know what? No use thinking about it. If I do die, when I do die, I know we'll find each other again. And I know you always take care of me. Just like when I fell from heaven the first time.
Yeah, she nods.
But with the time we have, we can just enjoy it, right? We can enjoy this adventure together. Look, we even got a new dog.
Yeah, the dog
His
is...
eyes glow red. Kind of weird, but he's cool, I guess.
Are the eyes still glowing?
Well, I don't know. He glowed red. It glowed red before, right? So I guess.
Well, I don't know if you know why they were glowing. I'm asking because there was a reason they were glowing.
Oh, I don't know if they are still glowing.
Let me look it up.
And I realized after I said that it's supposed to be my own eyes. I was using thaumaturgy.
Oh, okay. All right.
But I didn't think it mattered.
All right. Well, no, the eyes do not glow red, actually.
Well, I mean, I guess as far as Odayn knows, his
It would only
eyes
last
can
a minute.
glow. His eyes can glow red.
Yeah. The dog is not barking so much now. It's more taken on like it's probably like when you gesture to the dog, it's sort of sitting there looking at you, and then it lays down and puts its its snout between its front two paws, and kind of just like sighs. It just goes.
Odayn's gonna go over to it and rub its back and ask Melora, "What do you think we should name it?"
She kind of like tilts her head to the side and she says, "Honestly, I have no idea. I'm not really great with dogs."
I mean, neither am I, but it's always fun to try new things, right?
Sure.
It'll be an adventure for us both.
Yeah. Sure, I suppose.
So what do you think? What if we call it something something whimsical or something that makes you happy? Laura, can you think of something like that?
Oh, I haven't actually thought of a name for the dog. She says, "Why don't you call him Lucky?" Actually, hang on. Let me look up something. No, not that. Yeah, why not call him dead? Because he will be in the next battle. I mean, for sure, if you take the dog with you, it will be killed shortly. Yeah, I think she just says, "Why don't you just call him Lucky?" Something like that.
All right. We'll go I'm lucky then. If that's what makes you happy.
She shrugs. Like she doesn't care what you name the dog.
Come on, Melora. It's nice, right? It's fun.
Sure.
We got our new dog.
Yeah, I suppose.
Cheer up.
No, I'll be fine. Happy enough. Happy enough, I suppose.
Okay. Well, Vash said he wanted to rest. So maybe we could. I mean, how are you feeling? Should we take a long rest?
I could probably do with a break. While we're
All
here,
right.
we may as well make use of it, I suppose.
Let's gather up everyone and see if I can make a hut for us.
She
And
nods.
he's gonna take Melora's hand. He's gonna bring her to Orilyn.
Yeah, okay. The dog gets up and follows. And starts barking
Hey,
at you again.
Hey, Orlan. I think we want to take some time to rest. So let's go find a place to set up a hut. Also, meet Lucky, our new dog.
Ella, are you with us yet?
I am, but
Oh, okay.
I don't really know what was going on before this. I don't know how this dog just suddenly appear. What?
All right, so here's what we can do. We're at the perfect time to take a break. Why don't you guys catch Ella up on the break? Does that sound good?
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So we'll be back in like 5 or 10 minutes. You didn't miss a whole lot. A lot of RP stuff. And yeah, glad you're okay. Glad that hopefully the car's okay and everything. And the
Yeah.
the McDonald's that you ran into.
What? What?
I told everyone you drove your car into a McDonald's. And
Boy.
yeah. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. Thanks for watching, and thanks for playing players, and we'll see you guys shortly. I'm back. Let's see if these guys are.
The twins or something.
Hey,
But
Wait,
That
she's
was the
engaged?
deal. I see.
what? I just got back and I brought chocolate cake.
Nice.
Chocolate cake.
Happy
Bringing it for
birthday.
everybody.
Just
Happy
Happy birthday.
birthday.
thank you. No, it's just for me.
Rude.
Did you guys get Ella caught up?
We
More
think
or
so.
less.
Think it all sounds like you guys had some chaos while I was gone.
No, we're not to chaos yet. That's what's happening next.
Yeah, it was a little bit
So,
chaotic.
what was Orlan doing while while Vash was doing weird animal sacrifices and fighting?
So all that
Teasing?
stuff was during last session while you guys were doing
Oh,
stuff.
okay. Okay, that makes sense. And then the Odayn Melora conversation, you guys just kind of. When did the dog? Like, I guess I'm trying to figure out where Orlan was at when the dog came up to Odayn. Was Orlan
Right there.
around?
Yeah.
So we got introduced to the dog at the start of the session,
Mm.
and it was just like around this camp. Apparently, it's been here for a little while, at least, and it sort of just like wandered up and started barking at Odayn, kind of after picking up this apple that was left out. And that's basically all that's gone on with the dog. It seems to be responding to Odayn more than anyone else, but it also seemed to agree with something Vash said earlier. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So I guess all this stuff was going on while, because I know last session Orlan talked with this guy for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
The Spring Eladrin?
Was that? Yeah. So I guess the dog thing could have happened during that, so that that's why Orlan didn't pay attention when it first showed up.
Sure, that's fine.
Or maybe you were enthralled by Ishu's amazing retelling of how he saved some kids in a cave
Yeah, he saved these
from
kids.
monsters.
He's a hero.
He is.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys skipped that part. I didn't.
I
That's why I brought it up.
forgot that happened. He
That's
won't
what
like a
Ishu's
bird.
been doing.
What did he roll? Like a 30 or something in persuasion?
It was like a 22 or so. It was pretty high for him.
It was
Were
deception.
these the kids that Orlan gave seeds to?
Sorry?
Were those he helped save the kids that Orlan had given the seeds to?
Yeah, he was talking about the kids
after-
that, the cave that you got that he was in. He was one of the monsters.
Right. That we found him in, where they had the kids caged up and we.
yeah.
Oh, those kids were from that. Oh.
Yeah. They were dinner. They just hadn't been.
I thought you guys saved them from somewhere else after Ishu was the party. I didn't know that.
Nope. They were gonna
Alright.
They were gonna eat him.
As one does.
Also, I apologize if my voice sounds.
It's all good.
Good.
Okay, I don't have chocolate cake anymore. It's all gone.
That was fast.
It's good. It was
Don't
good.
judge.
It was that good.
Yeah, don't judge me. I've got a show to run. I can't be eating chocolate cake the whole time. All right. So we fade back in. What's going on now? What are you guys up to?
If you
I
saw my
think-
whisper, you know what Vash is doing.
Oh, let me take a look.
Like when Odayn introduces Lucky, Orlan will look at the dog and where did you find him?
I didn't find him. He sort of found me. He just came out of nowhere and just started barking at me.
I don't think we could take him with us.
I don't think we have a choice because wherever I go, he's following me.
I can try something.
What is that something?
Well, you know how I can speak with plants. I also have a spell for speaking with animals.
Oh, well, yeah. Maybe you can ask it what he wants.
Yeah. And that's one of my bard spells, so I believe I can ritually cast that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Large ritual casters.
Speak with animals. You can communicate.
So I will
verbally.
start to ritually cast it, so I don't have to waste a spell slot.
Okay. You can do that. So over the next 10 minutes, you ritually cast the spell, and yeah, you get done. What do you do?
I'll look at it and say, "Hello."
The dog looks surprised and looks at you, and you hear, yeah, it like starts to bark excitedly. For you, Odayn, that's all you hear, I guess. But Orlan, you can understand what it's saying, and it's saying, "Wait, I understood that. You said you said hello, right? That's what you said, right? You said hello.
Yeah,
Hi,
yeah. I said, "Hi,
hi.
hi." Why are you
Hi!
following my friend?
What?
Why are you following my friend?
Oh, right. Well, I think he's my friend too. He's gonna get himself hurt. You gotta stop it. You gotta help me stop it. He's gonna get hurt, right? You're gonna help me, right? He's your friend, right? You'll
What
help-
do you mean hurt? What do you mean hurt? How do you know he's going to get hurt?
Well, he always gets in trouble. That's what he does. I try to warn him, but he doesn't listen. He never listens.
Odayn, it says you never listen, and he's tried to warn you that you're gonna get hurt.
Tell him we gotta stop it. You'll help me stop it, right? We won't let anything happen to him, right?
I mean, he's the one who bit me earlier. What do you mean?
Yeah, he says you bit him. Why'd you bite him?
I was trying to stop him from. He keeps trying to. He won't stay still. And if I don't like hold him down or stop him from going somewhere, something bad's gonna happen to him. And look, I was just trying to hold him down. If he runs off, he's gonna get hurt again, and I just don't want that to happen. You'll help me stop it, right? He's your friend too, so tell him what I said.
Yeah, I think he's aware of what's going on. Who are you?
What?
Who are you?
I'm a dog.
But
Or-
you say you know him. Did you meet him
I think so. He's got a really
Like-
familiar feeling about him. Yeah, he smells friendly, and I think I know him from somewhere, but I don't know.
And how do you know he's in trouble?
Smells like it. Smells like trouble.
Or a question. And Orlan speaks to him. Is she speaking like out loud, like in normal language?
No,
or
he's
is it
he's barking to you.
no, it's Orlan.
No,
What does
Orlan.
Orlan sound like?
Let's see. You gain the ability to comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts for the duration. The knowledge and awareness of many beasts limited by their intelligence, but minimum beasts can information. So maybe it's up to you, Orlan. I think you're probably speaking out loud, though.
Yeah, I think Odayn can understand what she's saying. There might be a woof here or there.
Okay.
Orlan, we decided to call him Lucky. Can you ask him if that's his name or like what we should call him?
So you say you're just a dog, but Odayn would like to call you Lucky unless you have another name.
What?
Do you have a name?
A name? What's that?
What others call you when they're talking to you and want to get your attention?
Well, usually people call me, "Hey, go away," or they say, "Stop doing that," or they say, "No, that's mine." Sometimes they call me Good Boy. I kind of like that one.
Do you like Lucky?
What's it mean?
It means that good things are more likely to happen to you than if you were not lucky.
Oh, well, that's good. Why don't we call him?
Yeah, if you
We should call him Lucky then, because I don't want anything bad to happen to
no,
him.
he's called Odayn.
Oh, really? That doesn't sound right.
Odayn will look at Orlan will look at
confused
Odayn.
when he's
Sorry.
looking at Orlan.
Yeah, Orlan will look at Odayn and she'll be like, so he says he likes it when people call him good boy, and he says he wants to call you Lucky.
Okay, well, should we call him Good Boy then? Good boy, good boy.
He starts like
Like-
happily jumping up and down and barking at you when you start doing that.
I think good boy is usually a form of praise, though. She says to the dog.
Well, he seems to like Good Boy. Melora, I mean, is that fine with you if we call him Good Boy instead of Lucky?
Okay, sure, I suppose. He's probably a good boy.
You could
right?
combine it and just call him Lucky Good Boy.
That's too long, Orlan.
Yeah, and then you call him Lucky for short, because Good Boy's long too.
Oh, well, why don't we just call him Good Boy? He seems to like it. He didn't really like it when I called him Lucky. He didn't really respond very well.
I guess then.
He's a dog. He doesn't.
Odayn's never had a dog.
He just didn't recognize the word lucky. but he's heard good boy, and usually it's associated with people giving him something, right?
Right.
Well, I guess if he'll respond to good boy, it's your dog, I guess. He's good boy. Do you have any special things you do?
He like cocks his head to the side. Wait, special things? What do you mean?
Like, say you came across a bad person, what would you do?
Bad? Why? Are they a stranger? Do they smell weird?
They smell bad. They smell corrupted. What do you do?
Corrupted? What's that mean? You smell gross. Is that what you mean?
I smell what?
You mean they smell weird? They smell gross?
Yeah, they smell bad, like they've been dead for a while.
He goes, I growl at him like this, and he starts growling. Go away from here.
That's
You don't
it?
belong here.
What if it attacks you?
I don't. What? Why would they do that? I'm
What if it-
scary.
What if it tries to eat you? It's not scared of you. It's bigger than you. It tries to eat you. What do you do?
That's impossible.
Odayn, you can't bring this dog.
I bite it like this. He lunges at Odayn. Odayn. Let me get the book out again. Let's see how we're gonna. Same thing as before. What was it? I had to make an attack roll. That's what it was.
Well, it was a nat 20 last time, so let's just say it's like this time.
It was like a D20 plus something. I can't remember.
3, I think.
Let's just see what the D20 is first. 14. Okay, what's your AC?
18.
Let me just make sure it's not +4 really quick. It was like, there it is. It is +3, so it misses. So he says, I'd bite him like this, and he lunges at Odayn, but this time he can't latch on. And he's like, no, I'd get him though. Like, I would actually bite him, and what would I do after that? I don't know. Probably keep biting them. Eventually they'll stop, right?
No, eventually you die because that's not enough against the corruption. Odayn, you can't bring this dog. It will die out there.
Yeah, I know. Well, okay, well, can you tell him to stay then? I mean, I can't. I just met this dog. So it's been following me wherever I go.
Good boy.
His ears perk up.
I need you to stay here. You can't come with us.
Okay. Sorry, were you expecting
What?
something else? There's food here. I can stay here.
Yeah, this is good. You stay here, and we have to go do important things.
Well, he's staying too, right?
No, he has important business to attend to.
He'll get hurt.
He's
something-
aware.
No. Something bad's gonna happen. I can smell it.
He's aware of the possible outcome.
Or what is he saying?
He's saying he can smell it. You're gonna get hurt, and he doesn't want to leave you. He wants to protect you.
I don't want to tell him that we don't want him to get hurt. We're protecting him.
Good boy, we don't want you to get hurt either, and we can't protect you if you're going to where we're going.
Oh, don't worry. I think things don't hurt me. I'm too big and scary. They just run away. So you scare him by doing this. And he starts growling.
Do anything to trick it.
Do what?
I'm trying to think of something to do that would scare it and make it like understand like you can't do this. Can I?
Orlan, can he do anything special? Some said that he can't. He's not anyone's pet. I don't know what that means, but
No, he's just a dog. He doesn't know how he got here. He I tried describing to him, you heard me. I tried to tell him
yeah.
if something was attacking him, and he said, I can do this, and he tried to bite you, and he didn't even get you.
Oh, okay. Well,
He can't survive up.
I don't know how to keep him there. I mean, I want him to stay here and stay safe, but how are we gonna keep him here?
I have my last silk rope. We can make him a harness and tie him to a tree, and then he can't come with us.
That's so sad.
The dog's
They
like,
can let him
wait,
out.
no, don't tie me to a tree. Don't do that. This doesn't sound fun.
Do you promise
can
not
kill
to
it.
come with us? No, don't. You stay over there.
Heresome's like, I'll keep making sure there's food left out. He'll be fine.
Have you been the one taking care of it? Him.
In a way, so sure. He doesn't belong to anybody. He's a stray, but I'll make sure he's fine. I'll just keep doing that. It's fine.
All right. Well, we'll entrust them to you. Here's some.
Good boy. If you want to keep being a good boy and keep hearing a good boy, you have to follow him, and she'll point at Hearsome.
Yeah, the dog says, okay. It doesn't care. He drops
She
things.
goes sit by him.
The dog says he drops things sometimes that taste weird. But good.
What do you drop that tastes weird to this dog?
Here's some goes all sorts of things: food, alcohol. He seems to like ale.
He's trying to kill him.
Look, if I spill a little beer or ale and the dog laps it up, that's not me trying to kill him. Like I said, he seems to like it.
Good boy, you shouldn't drink anything but the water.
The dog says, I don't drink anything but water.
So don't drink anything that he's drinking.
What if he spills it and it smells good?
That's bad for you.
It can't be that bad. Tastes pretty good. Makes me feel
You'll
funny.
die young.
What? That's not true, is it?
Don't drink it.
Make a persuasion check.
Ooh.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah. He's like,
that's probably gonna be my one good roll today.
He's like,
I rolled too many 20s in my game yesterday.
yeah, he's like, oh, okay. Well, I guess I'll stop doing that then. But what about food? He drops food, I can eat that, right?
Yeah, you can eat. If it smells safe, you can eat it.
Yeah, he goes, oh, good, because he drops these little sweet things. They're so good.
Like this one time he dropped this little. It was like, it's like a crispy, crunchy thing. It had these little like brown things in it, and man, they tasted good.
You know what? Here's some. What do you have here? All I've seen is apples so far.
Here's goes, oh, we got stuff. There's all kinds of stuff. There's pies. There's probably some meat around here somewhere. There's some sweets.
You don't have any grapes, or
There might be some grapes.
don't feed him those.
I was just eating some actually. I was just eating grapes.
Don't feed him those.
Grapes? Why?
Yeah, they're not good.
Okay, sure. I mean,
One
they're
of
not, they're not for him.
Yeah. Good.
Quite. Hearson makes a face like I'm quite partial to grapes. Actually.
Right. So don't eat everything he drops either.
Well, then what am I supposed to eat?
She's gonna look at her kind of employee, because she did pay him.
She's not your employee.
Sufix?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't remember how I pronounced it last session. Did you have a dog at your inn?
No. Why would you let a dog hang around an inn? It's gonna stink the place up.
Keep pests away, help you hunt for meat. I don't know.
Wait. Are you asking me to take care of this dog? I thought he was going to take care of the dog.
No, he'll take care of it, but I just need somebody to make sure he doesn't eat bad stuff.
Okay. I suppose I can do that.
Great.
How much does it pay?
We're good to go. I mean, you don't have to feed him.
All right.
All right. So, good boy, you stay here. Don't eat everything that he gives you. Some things are not good. Don't drink the stuff he spills.
Yeah, the dog's like, yeah, okay, whatever you say. Just don't let my friend here get hurt, okay?
I'll do my best.
Okay.
So, Orlan, is everything good? Did he?
He's
he
probably
decide
gonna
to
eat
stay?
something that's gonna kill him, to be honest.
I mean, that's not good. Well, I mean, he has a better chance of surviving here though than out there. So,
Right. And I don't remember what all my father said dogs can't eat, so.
well, he survived this far. So, why don't we get the group together? So we can take a rest. I'll call Vash over, I guess. Odayn's gonna cast message on Vash and tell him that he's gonna set up the tiny hut over here.
All right.
And then I'm gonna start casting it, ritually casting it.
You should be able to. I don't know if you. Oh, yeah, there you go. Let me just. It looks weird on the one screen for some reason. Try.
I think it needs to be 3x3.
I think it's 10-foot radius, right? Yeah, it looks right.
Okay.
Link the spell. Is it a 10-foot radius? So 20.
I think it's 10-foot radius.
Yeah, 10-foot radius. Yeah. So that should be the right size.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoops.
But here's what we'll do. We'll put it on the back there. So you guys are in front of it.
But
Does
I'll
that
originally
wake me up?
cast it. I'll originally cast it, and when everyone gets here, so I'll just start doing it.
Sure. So I suppose any of what about is it who all's welcome in the hut?
It depends on who wants to come in. I mean, the regular party issue. If the dog wants to come in, he can come in. Vash. If the statue comes in too, he wouldn't stop him.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. Right. The dog is gonna follow the strange like people and the lady who talks for now. I mean, he's interested, and you keep calling him a good boy, but you haven't given him any food yet, so he's just wondering when that food's gonna come.
You did try.
haven't
You tried to
given
give
him
him
any
rations.
I did try to give him rations, and
He didn't want it.
growled at me.
I didn't
Yeah.
say he didn't want it. I said he growled. Like it could have been like you ever seen dogs get possessive over food and stuff?
Yeah.
It could have been that.
Odayn's never seen a dog.
I guess if the dog is gonna join us, then you're making it so that Vash and Lyram can join us. Orlan will
it has to be,
pocket dimension Faye.
yeah, it has to be 9 creatures. This is about to say. So
Yeah, I'm a pocket dimension Faye for now.
okay.
Does that message wake me up?
If you're asleep, I mean,
I think Vash was already sleeping.
We could go and set it up around Vash.
I think I would just message saying to come over here. And if he doesn't come over here, then he doesn't come over here.
actually. Vash, make a wisdom save and roll really, really high.
Okay.
It's not high enough. You hear the message and it wakes you up. I was gonna do
okay.
different. I was gonna do a different thing if you roll a little bit higher. Also, hey, Unrooted, how it go? Sorry, I didn't see you.
Yo, Unrooted.
Hey, Unrooted.
Yeah, Vash will grumble, but pick up the stuff and head over there with the owl on his shoulder.
All right.
Wait, how many creatures are in there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We fit.
Yeah.
And there's still room for Lyram.
So Lyram, first of all, Odayn, what's your spellcasting focus for this?
It could be one of two things. It could be instrument, my what's it called?
Weapon? Sunblade?
It could be my Balrogs or my Sunblade. One of the two.
Okay.
He probably just used the Balrog.
All right. That's what I was trying to figure out. All right. So Lyram, so when he creates, I don't know if you've ever seen a tiny hut. Maybe you have. Maybe it's not a big deal to you. But he creates it with the power of music.
He's definitely interested.
Is he gonna come in while I'm ritually casting the spell, or is he just?
We're just doing it for rest, right?
Right.
No, he just kind of stares at you.
Well, the dome is opaque, so I don't know if you can see in.
Let me make an Arcana check to see if I know what he's casting.
Sure.
Because I actually don't know the spell.
All right. I would say you recognize the school, but not the spell itself.
Yeah, he just stares at you.
I take that to mean out of character. Lyram doesn't need a long rest. That's what I take.
Lyram doesn't care about the dome.
Yeah.
Wait, are we doing a long rest?
I
I'm,
think that's
assuming,
the plan.
I'm assuming that's what the dome is for.
Yeah, that's the plan, I think.
Vash had a very difficult entrance, okay?
Yeah, and also like Agape did say like here is the perfect place to take a rest, like basically. Like,
And I think there was some vague warnings that like the trip ahead might be a little dangerous at least.
yeah, Limbo at the very least could be a little dangerous. And that is the next stop. So.
Lord.
All right, so if you guys would like to enter your dome or RP, if you want to like get ready for a long rest, you may do that. You may do those things. The folks here will be putting away some more of their things. They might hang out and chat a little bit to kill some time. Other folks might leave to go get like search the area, scavenge for any like berries or fruit or whatever they might be able to find. But at some point, they all go to their respective places to rest. Agape will just hang out nearby, like around here somewhere, in these fields nearby. Just to kind of keep a watch, just in case, make sure nothing happens.
If anyone's paying attention to Lyram, you see him kind of stand a little bit straighter and then stop moving.
And that's it.
Yep.
Just went into standby mode.
Sentries rest.
All right. So, who would like to make the survival check? Who is doing the watches? Are we doing first, second, third watch?
I can do first watch.
All
I'll
right.
take third watch.
Well, I was gonna say Orilyn will do her usual third and fourth watch.
Oh.
Lyram will take 4 of his own watches.
You know what? Vash is not going to take a watch tonight.
All right, so we got a first watch. I
got my owl.
We got a third and fourth. If Orlan's doing those, then who wants to do second? Sha'ah.
Yeah, sounds good.
Sha'ah.
Technically, Melora could do all 4 watches if she wanted to.
She could,
Yeah.
but you
She
want
could look over us.
Do you want to trust an NPC with all your watches? I don't know if that's a great idea.
I mean, Orilyn would be taking 2 watches regardless because she only meditates for 4 hours. So
Issues on second watch.
Sha'ah.
All right, Ishu can take second watch. Sure.
Should I roll for survival?
No, because there's not going to be any encounters here.
Oh, okay.
I know. That's what I was like. This is not going to matter.
Yeah, I was just giving you guys a hard time. Yeah, the
I mean,
watch.
Orilyn kind of wants to watch anyways because even though she talked to the dog, she's still not sure why it's sticking to Odayn so adamantly.
I think it's just a dog. It may be an immortal dog, but it's just a dog.
Didn't he say that the eyes glowed red? Didn't he tell Orilyn that?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, it's a slightly special dog.
They're so good when the dog, his eyes glow red. She wants to keep watching.
Oh
Hey,
god.
what the dog doing?
Well, like once you guys are like laying down, going to sleep, being quiet, the dog will lose interest and go look for food.
Okay, good.
And it probably goes towards here.
Still no one fed him. You guys are the worst dog owners.
I don't think
Um,
Orlan has anything. To
I think
say.
Odayn would try to feed him on his watch while everyone else is trying to go to sleep.
You ought to have rations. I mean,
Yeah, I have
Yeah,
rations.
but I need those.
oh, I will. I guess when they force me to come over, I will cast Goodberry and hand them out because I may as well.
I mean, you guys could like replenish your rations here
Oh no, I won't. I don't have that prepared. Never mind.
if you'd like to do that. I'd
Well,
say-
Odayn's gonna give him some rations when he comes.
Rations.
Well, during his watch.
What are those?
Yeah. I mean,
Food?
the dog will
Huh?
eat whatever, pretty much whatever you hand him.
Does that mean he sticks around the whole night because he was fed?
Yeah, he might. Yeah.
Yeah, you feed a dog, they stay.
Here you go, good boy.
Yeah. Do you give him like a good amount, like a full ration?
Yeah, one piece of dried ration.
All right. Yeah. He'll stick around then because he's probably got a decently full belly. Yeah. Still hang out. Probably go to sleep pretty soon after that. Okay. Yeah, you guys can take your long rest. I know this is very rare that we don't run the risk of interrupting a long rest in the hut, but there's not going to be any
And
attacks.
this is why we needed to not rush out of this place.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like Odayn would be cuddling with the dog when he slept.
Yeah. The dog's probably cool with that, I would think. Okay.
Cool.
So take your long rest, refill your spell slots, replenish your HP, all that stuff. Let me replenish Melora's. Check issue here. Let's see. He recovers some hit die. Okay. It's half. So if you're missing any hit die, just remember you get half of those missing hit die back.
Almost forgot about that.
I remember. Is it half of the hit die we're missing, or half of our overall hit die?
Half
what
of
you're-
overall.
Your
No,
overall.
it's half of what you're missing.
No, it's half
What?
of overall.
I'm pretty sure.
Half
it's-
of the max, right?
Half
Yeah,
of
I thought
max,
it
yeah.
was half of Matt.
I thought it was the other way. Let me see.
Well, it's just a table. That doesn't help any.
Half of your max. Okay. Yeah, that's half your max. You're right.
Okay, cool.
So that means
Draft
issues.
it down if you're an odd level.
For some reason I
Right.
thought it was half of what
So we only get 5.
missing because I thought it's supposed to always take you like several days to recover.
That's a variant in the DMG to make it more gritty.
Oh, that's the way I've always played it. I didn't even know that was a.
Oh,
We can do it that way if you want.
None of
Yeah,
us
it
have been
doesn't- I don't
following
use mine that
variant
often,
rule
so it
this
doesn't
whole
matter.
time.
It's all good. We can just do it the normal way. That's fine.
Is that what you want us to do? Because I'm down.
I mean, if you guys want to do it, the thing is, we played the whole campaign not doing that. I guess so.
I'm not gonna remember, to be honest. We don't long rest often enough to
Yeah.
remember that.
Well, it's up until recently we haven't had a bunch of short rests between long rests. Like, I think this last trek through the Feywild was the first time, at least for any NPCs, that they ran out of hit die. So it hasn't really come up. I've usually been pretty lenient about like letting you guys long rest in the middle of a dungeon, like it did in the Forgotten Depths and stuff. But yeah, we'll just do it like normal, like the book says. It's fine. Okay. but the DM will remember that. Um,
Thank goodness we're not playing by Pathfinder rules. They're even worse.
They're so annoying.
You don't get all your hit points back on a long rest in that one.
Yeah, it's 5e is much better in that regard.
Yikes. Okay. Let me make sure that Laura's all good. She gets all her hit die back.
And
So,
Ishu.
Yeah, I got it issue already.
I don't know if anybody was gonna do anything during their watches, since we are doing them anyways.
Well, I got some private message is about some things that were going on, but if you'd like to do
Okay.
something, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say Orilyn will do something if nobody else is. I could hop into that, but if somebody's doing something on their watch, I can wait.
Okay.
I mean, if they did messages, they probably meant it to be private anyway, so you may as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless
Well,
they were just
I
like,
wasn't
want
sure if
your
it was
attention.
stuff that I wasn't sure if it was stuff that needed to be like they were wanting to bring it
Handled.
up for it to
Yeah.
happen during. I don't know.
True.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
I always forget that Vash is the only secretive bastard.
I mean, it's it's no big deal. But when we get to your watch, Orlan, it's weird. Ishu's dead. He's just laying there dead. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's fine.
Players will remember that.
I think the watches go normal, uninterrupted. If you'd like to whisper anything you do on your watch or narrate something out loud, you can do that. But I don't think anybody's doing anything that requires like an interruption or to tell everyone about it. All right. So, you guys, 8 hours later, those of you who are still asleep, wake up.
Wait. I'll do my thing. Nobody spoke up, so while they're sleeping, Orlan's gonna go and sit next to Odayn. And she's gonna poke him to see if he wakes up. She's not trying to wake him up. She just wants to see if he's asleep or not.
He would be asleep.
Okay. Do we know where the orb is in him?
It was like in his solar plexus, basically. So like, between the boobs, basically, like into that bone.
But we know it's in that area, right?
I mean, that's the area it's always been associated with. Whether it's actually like inside his body is another thing entirely.
I think Odayn did point to it when he tried to like make Melora remember.
It's fair to
So
say.
if you're asking if Orilyn knows that the area, I think Odayn would have pointed that out.
Okay. Then while he's sleeping, she's going to
murder.
Melora's watching you. Just watch.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm hesitating because there's two things that she would possibly do. I think she would just place a hand over where the orb would be. And she closes her eyes, and in her head she's saying things, but she's not saying it out loud.
What are you saying in your head?
Talking to them.
Huh?
Sorry.
Well, she's in her head. She'll say, I don't know if this is gonna work, but Hisam said I should try praying to you or talking to you. I think Odayn said praying, but anyways, you're supposedly in. Well, your orb is supposedly in Odayn, so I figured this is the best way, to try to talk to you.
Make a
Are you
religion.
okay?
Make a religion or arcana check, I suppose.
Okay. My religion is not so good. Your arcana. My arcana's not so good either.
So you feel Odayn's heart start racing. Like it starts, like you can probably already feel his pulse. So you're right over his heart. It starts beating faster and faster. Not to the point where it'd be like you'd be worried about his health or anything. But yeah, you feel his heart kind of start pounding faster, faster. Other than that, I think only thing else you really get is like the sound of the wind kind of blowing through the trees nearby. Like a strong wind kind of blows through the area. You hear the trees and their leaves kind of rustling together. Kind of it sounds like it could be in response to you.
Yeah. I think she'll frown about the leaves rustling, thinking maybe she can't hear if he's talking to her. So she's gonna put her ear to his chest and
Alright.
say, I can't hear you if you're talking to me.
Make another.
She actually kind of says that a little bit out loud, though.
make another religion or arcana check. Are you trying to not wake Odayn up?
Yeah.
Make a stealth check.
The dog noticed her because he's sleeping right next to me.
Yeah, the dog and Melora both notice her.
Oh.
Melora's giving you some weird looks. Yeah. Okay. What's your passive perception, Odayn?
12.
All right. Okay. This time, his heart's still beating pretty fast. You hear like from inside his chest, you hear the sound of something moving. It sounds like vines growing really fast and sort of like tangling in on each other. And the wind blows through the area again, this time much louder. And it's coming from a particular direction. This direction, I think. So let me zoom out the map so the audience can see. Right here. That direction.
Okay.
If you look out, because you guys can see out from inside the dome, Agape seems to notice it too and sort of reacts to the wind. Like he's sort of, maybe he was like standing there, like sleep standing like horses do. But he perks up and kind of like stares in the direction that the wind is blowing, kind of.
Okay. I think Orilyn is going to get up and go check that out.
Okay.
If she sees Melora and the dog watching her, she'll just be he's okay. I'm gonna step out a minute. And then she'll go.
Yeah, you see, like, as you like stand up and walk out, she starts like checking out Odayn, basically like what you were doing, trying to figure out like what you were doing. And yeah, as you come out, like Agape just kind of like regards you, like looks at you, and probably like nods his head slightly, and then you step forward. Over here, there is this one particularly old-looking, very large, like I guess like an oak tree. And just looking at it, I mean, you know a bit about plants. It's clearly the oldest tree in the area. Probably one of the larger in height as well. I'm assuming you just walk up to it.
Yeah. She'll put her hand on it.
Okay. Make a religion check. Oh.
Yep.
It's a nat 1. Nothing happens. The wind has stopped blowing. You don't hear anything. Thanks, Unrooted, for the bits. He goes, uh-oh. Yeah, you're just standing there, and now it's like eerily quiet. Like,
does this tree feel like real? Like, because I know this place doesn't feel right because the Feywilds is like full of magic, and this place doesn't feel the same. But does the tree feel real?
yeah, I mean, it feels like you're touching a tree. Yeah. Make an Arcana check.
I wasted my nat 20
Yeah.
on my first roll.
It feels like a real tree. You can't, if this tree is an illusion or something, you can't tell.
She's gonna cast Tree Stride.
Okay. So you step into the tree. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can tree stride through it. Where do you go? Like, where are you trying to go?
She mostly just wants to go into the tree and see if that does anything.
It does. It works. So you step into the tree. Let's see here. You gain the ability to enter a tree, move from inside it to inside another tree within 500 feet. Both trees must be living, at least the same size as you. You must use movement. Blah 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 blah. You can either pass into one of the trees, tree or in. Okay. Yeah. You can step into the tree, no problem. And I think as soon as you do, you feel a connection to all the other oak trees in the area, and I suppose in a way, a connection to Oberon as well, because these are all real trees. And even in this realm disconnected from both the Fae and the material realm, Oberon's influence lingers somewhere in here, even if it is somewhat dormant for you right now.
Okay. And then she'll just pop back out of the same tree once.
You won't. No, you won't.
The end of the thing. Oh.
Make
okay.
a wisdom save, please. Okay. So you try to just pop back out of the same tree, but when you come out, you're just in the middle of the wilderness. Your camp is gone. You have no idea where you are. You're completely lost, just out in the middle of the woods.
Does it feel like it's the same place, not the Feywilds?
It does feel like it's the same place. Yeah.
Well, I guess I need to find it. Oh. Make another mayo trail.
Make a Arcana or religion check. That's better. Okay, so you sort of step out in the middle of all these trees in a densely populated forest, and the wind picks up again, and you're sort of like looking around. It's really windy. Like all the trees are just rustling really loud. It's all you can hear. What do you do? Like you feel Oberon's presence here for sure now.
Does it feel like the wind's leading in a particular direction, or is it just chaos?
It's just wild. Yeah, it's just a wild wind. It seems to be blowing all around the area, not in any particular direction, but it seems to be centered on this area. Just like whipping all over the place. It's changing direction every few seconds. Maybe it's like whipping around in a circle. If it gets much stronger, you might be looking at like a cyclone or something, you know.
I guess because his presence feels a lot stronger, she'll go towards what feels like the center of the chaos and sit down.
Okay. So you go towards the center and sit down. Are you just trying to like focus? What are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, she's gonna try and focus and see what she can hear in the wind, or if she hears any other way.
I mean, you can make a perception check and a religion check. Ooh. All right. So you start to listen. Like maybe there's something, some voice on the edge of the wind that I'm not listening hard enough. And all you can hear is the sound of the trees blowing against each other. And close your eyes and try to focus on like tuning out any outside sound. But you don't hear anything. And you open your eyes, and the tree in front of you, its branches are like dipping down towards you, like ever so slightly, almost like ushering you in toward it, almost like it's like holding out its arms to you. And like just looking at it, there's this sense of yeah, Oberon's here in this tree, like he's right there. I just have to get up and go over there and talk to him.
And do a little curtsy.
You just curtsy, is that it?
Well, if she feels like he's in there, yeah, she's doing a curtsy, and then she's like standing there trying to think of what to say.
Yeah. So like as you're like trying to find the words, maybe you're just so caught off guard that his presence is somehow here. The branches that are almost like extending out to you start to grow. On the tips of them, they start to grow rather rapidly, actually. And they sort of like twist together, and they start to like slowly extend out toward you. And you see a shape starting to form from the limbs as they sort of like grow and gnarl together and twist around each other. And they start to make like a solid shape, and a curve starts to form in the wood. And then like a piece that was connecting it to the tree kind of like breaks off. And suddenly, after like a few seconds, 20, 25, 30 seconds of this, you have what looks like a curved stick that's sort of just like hanging from a loose vine from the tree, just right out in front of you. And it grows moss over the top of it, and the moss ages rapidly. It starts out like this light green color, and then turns to like this dark green, and then it rapidly ages and turns to like this orange dried moss kind of hanging off the tip of this object, and then like a flower blooms on the top of it. And once it's done, you realize what this is. It's a bow. There's no string, but it's definitely a bow.
Sorry, my mind just immediately went to, I don't think I can use bows.
I know. It's okay.
Cool. That's what she's gonna say. You want me to take this?
So the branches like kind of give slightly in the wind, and the bow like lowers down towards you. Now it's basically just like hanging right in front of you. Like maybe you haven't even really moved yet, but it's moved towards you somehow, and you can just reach out and grab it.
Well, she'll accept it and be like, thank you, my lord, for this gift.
Unfortunately, your perception was too low to hear any response he might have for you. But when your hand touches the bow, you feel a surge. I guess a surge is the wrong word. It makes it sound like violent and unpleasant. It's not. You feel the influence of your lord flow through you. You gain proficiency with all ranged weapons. And once per long rest, as a bonus action, you gain advantage on a number of weapon attacks you make equal to your proficiency bonus.
Wait, you're gonna have to type it. 'Cause
All
my
right.
brain didn't.
We can call this Oberon's boon or the boon of the Green Lord or whatever you like, but here is the copy pasta.
Thank you.
Pasta.
Let's see here.
Oberon's pasta. Okay.
And just check one thing here. Okay. And yeah, so you have this stringless bow in your hand that's like it's quite pretty, I suppose. Like it's very clearly like naturally made and grown. It's not a crafted item. This is like it's grown on a tree.
Yeah.
There's no string to it or anything like that, but you do feel it is emanating like magic for sure.
I never thought I'd use a bow. This is really pretty, though. He's like looking it all over. Does his presence seem to still be in the tree, or does it go like fade down after she takes it?
It doesn't fade. It stays. And maybe there's like this feeling of like it's always been there, you just didn't recognize it before.
I know you're not actually this tree, but may I hug you?
Yeah, the breeze picks up. The breeze picks up again, and we hear all the leaves of the trees like rustling together.
Does that seem like a good rustle, or don't
Make an insight.
rustle?
Make an insight check. You're not sure.
I'll respect your boundaries. Okay.
You had to ask for permission. I mean, it was probably a good rustle, but unfortunately, you can't tell.
Man, she should have summoned Faya. Well, I guess I should probably get back before the others start waking up. But how long does she think until the others start waking up?
Maybe you were doing third and fourth watch. So maybe
Yeah.
like could be like another 2-3 hours. I think it's up to you how long this took.
I think she's to sit and just enjoy his presence for a bit.
Okay.
And then when she thinks it's close to the others starting to wake up, she'll tree stride through again.
All right. How long do you stay? Like an hour?
Yeah.
All right. Add
I just
the
want to note that I saw this entire thing happen and you just disappear.
Yep. Actually, she would go back so that there's still an hour before everybody's supposed to start waking up, because then I can get a short rest in and get the spell slots that I use to tree stride.
Okay. Yeah, you might need this back. All right. So, yeah, I mean, I think you could stay for at least an hour here, and then still have more than an hour when you get back.
Yeah. She'll while she's there, she'll just talk to him about her adventures so far and how she's so sorry. I I didn't think anything like this could happen, and I'm so sorry that I've not been doing better. Things have gotten this bad so quickly.
Yeah, you don't get like any vocal responses, but the feeling you get is that it's okay, that everything's okay. Like bad things happen sometimes, and that's just life. That's just the way things go. But everything is going to be okay. And then before you get up and start to head back, add the spell Commune with Nature to your spells list of known spells. And I think that's enough time to attune to the bow.
Oh,
So,
an hour. Cool.
I can make a card if you want. But basically this is the Bow of Seasons. And this bow allows you to cast Eldritch Blast through the bow.
Ooh.
It has the ammunition property, so you don't need ammunition for the bow or string. And the bow also, if you roll a critical 1 while wielding the bow from firing it or from casting a spell through it, it changes to a natural 2 instead. And the bow changes with your season.
I like this.
So there's 4 arrows for different seasons, and I'm gonna have to make a specific card on this for you.
I think I'm gonna need a copy of all the info. I could not type fast enough.
There's a lot. There is quite a lot. So first of all, you're automatically like proficient with this. We gave you proficiency as part of the boon. You can fire regular arrows from it if you want to, like regular shots. You don't actually need the arrows. Like you can just pull it back and it'll like magically create an arrow. You also have these 4 seasonal arrows. I think the range on it is, let me see, it's just a short bow as far as range goes.
8320.
8320, thank you. And then the bows, the seasonal arrows have their own specific range. So when you're in spring, the bow changes to reflect the season of spring, and as an action, you can fire a spring arrow targeting a beast or plant creature you can see within 60 feet of you. On a hit, the arrow deals no damage, but the target gains the benefits of the Awaken spell for 8 hours.
Wow.
The summer arrow, and I think I'm basing this off of another item. So all attacks made with the bow, including your Eldritch Blast, have a +1. So all attack and damage rolls made with the bow. So basically, it's a +1 bow. Summer arrow. As an action, you can fire this arrow to unoccupied space on the ground you can see within 60 feet of you. No attack roll is required, and a Nyxborn lynx is summoned in that space. It says use the stat block for a tiger. With the Nyxborn traits, I can look that up.
Nyxborn is basically from. I know what it's from. It's a Theros thing, and they're basically like enchantment, illusion, magic, star-based creatures.
Okay.
But they're like illusions, kind of.
Okay.
I get a kitty.
Basically, an
Yeah.
illusory tiger. You can summon.
Yeah.
The autumn arrow. As an action, you can fire this arrow at a space on the ground you can see within 60 feet. No attack roll is required. Casting the Wall of Thorns spell there. And the winter arrow. As an action, you fire an arrow at a space you can see within 60 feet. No attack roll. Casting the Ice Storm spell there. Which is pretty good spell. Let's see. We can talk about. There's like a whole section on how to destroy the bow. I don't think that's going to come up, but
No, I don't think Orlan will allow the bow to be destroyed.
but it's you have
Vash?
to. Vash might, but we're not going to tell. We're not going to say it out loud for now because Vash. But
there you go.
there is a paragraph. There's a paragraph on how to do it because you have to meet specific qualifications to actually destroy the bow.
I guess Orla needs to know so it doesn't happen by accident. But she's not going to destroy this thing. It's the ultimate gift right now.
I'm gonna
Highly unlikely you accidentally destroy it.
You never know.
I'll copy and paste that to you. And I'll see if I can get a proper card put together like soon. I just got to copy and paste a few things. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. So you got your bow. Also, it does 1d6 piercing. That's the normal damage, like if you're just firing a regular shot. But you've been
I assume that's if you don't cast Eldritch Blast through it?
Yeah, that's if you don't cast. Like if you just pull it back and it magically conjures an arrow and just like fire an arrow. Like you can do that too. But you've been carrying that other bow around this whole time. You never really used it, so
I have well, the other thing is a light crossbow.
Yeah, that's right. You had a light crossbow. Yeah. So I remember you
Yeah.
offering it to somebody at some point because you were like, I've been carrying this light crossbow, but I don't really use it.
Well, I would have used it if I hadn't put it in my bag of holding during the fight with the beholder.
Right, yeah. But yes, you have this awesome new bow. So, and when you get up to leave, and you start to like walk off, there's this moment where the wind blows really strong for a second, and you swear you hear something this time. Make a perception check. See if you can make out what it is.
While I was hanging out there, could I have also summoned Fea?
Sure, yeah.
Because Fea was also technically a gift from Oberon. That's how her Pact of the Fae, Pact of the Chain works.
Yeah.
So she would pull Fea out of the pocket dimension to show him like how Fea is doing and say all the things that Fea has done for her and how amazing Fea is. Yeah.
Okay. So you can make that perception with advantage then, since she gives you its advantage, I think.
Well,
right?
Fea doesn't give me advantage. Fea just has advantage on its own. So I don't know if Faya can hear what's being said, or if it would just be Orilyn.
I think yeah, Faya could hear as well.
Cool.
Considering what you just said about Faya. So make perception with advantage. Yeah. Okay. This time, you swear, like you just catch the end of it. Like you missed the first part. You hear something being said, and then you really start to listen, maybe through Faya, and you just hear the tail end of it, and the tail end of it is, just the words "Glad to see the wild was left in good hands," and then the wind just dies down. And it's Oberon's voice. Like, you probably recognize the voice.
And she just starts beaming. Super happy. Yeah.
All right. And you can tree stride out of here, no problem. Like, you're not going to have any problems
Yeah.
getting back to camp or anything.
I think when she tree strides back and is coming back out of the tree that she first went into, she comes out in spring. She's spring Orilyn.
All right. The bow changes with you. So the moss, instead of being this like dried out orange moss with like a flower, it turns back to that first light green that you saw. And maybe like the bow itself, like the actual sticks, some leaves grow out of it. And maybe there's still like a flower there because it's spring. So maybe the flower just like changes color. Let me see if I can find. It's hard to find a good pick for this. I've yet to be able to find one. Unfortunately, none of them really look how I want it to look. But I'll see if I can't make something if I have to. But I also just remembered that last session we were going to show Lyram's Shadow Blade.
Oh yeah.
So there's that. Basically it's just a Sunblade, but instead of the Sunblade, it's a Shadow Blade. That makes sense, I hope.
Yeah.
Looks nice.
All right.
Oh whoa. Suddenly I don't have access to my character sheet anymore.
What?
Wait.
The Shadow Blade consumed it.
I might have to refresh
All
roll
hell the
20.
Shadow Blade.
It's not working. Just I'm gonna refresh roll 20.
Yeah,
I
don't-
went to change my picture and my sheet was just blank.
Yeah, I'm looking at your sheet right now. It seems to be normal.
Yeah, I think it was just roll 20, or it could be our internet.
I know my internet's been pretty bad the last week or so.
Yeah.
Snow and rain.
Oh, by the way, remember last week how I kept cutting out when I
Yeah.
would be talking?
Yeah.
Have I had any of that this week?
Like,
No.
Nope.
It was like
Once or twice.
Yeah, once or twice.
I haven't noticed it at least.
Not often at all. It happened like one or two
But-
times.
We think we might have figured out. It was so bad last night when we were doing my Sunday game, and we think we figured out what it was. It was a setting on our router.
Oh.
Hoping that's all it was, because then we don't have to go and try and find a new one. But yeah.
I mean, it definitely seems to be better than it was before.
Cool.
So. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna put away your sheet. Oh, the bow is also a spellcasting focus. Can be. Doesn't have to be, but it can be.
Awesome.
All right.
He's still wearing the other one as a necklace.
Right on. I kind of, after you guys all losing your spellcasting focuses, I kind of want you guys to be able to have some backups just in case that happens again. So some of you guys can just
Yes.
make a new one though. So Wasn't.
Yeah, side note, my backup character has like 3 focuses now. Just in case.
Right on.
Yeah, so Orilyn, as she's coming out of the tree, she's gonna be in spring mode and she'll walk. There's a spring in her step. And she's just walking, grinning.
I've got the token. Give me
Oh,
one.
and showing it off to Fea as they go back. Wait, Fea can't go in there. She's not gonna go inside. She's gonna sit outside the dome.
Hang on. Boom. There's that. Oh, I gotta take the background off of it. Here we go. And I think there's something going on with Roll20 because it's not updating on the audience tab, so they don't see you moving around and stuff for whatever reason, but it's reloading.
My Roll20 is not letting me scroll even.
You guys might have
Oh,
to
there we go.
refresh too. I bet that's why I couldn't access my profiles because
Yeah, maybe
it
like
glitched.
the DM one is working for now, I think. Like, is Ishu moving around for you guys?
Yeah, I see him moving.
All right, then it's working.
I don't.
You don't?
No.
No, I'll refresh.
He's not walking around the tiny hut right now.
Nope.
He was, and then he stopped here for a bit.
Oh, really?
Now he's back up here.
Yeah. Okay. Now the well, yeah. It looks like it's just taking a while for the audience view to refresh, but we can just kind of theater the mind it until stuff starts working again.
Am I moving for you guys?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's good.
Well, you moved once, but yeah.
All right. So, what do you guys do for the rest of the rest? For the rest of the rest.
It's next morning.
For the
Yeah,
rest
Orlan
of the
just-
rest, I'll stare at the rest of the group.
Yeah, for the rest of her
Whoops.
watch, Orlan's sitting outside the dome with Fea, just like watching the bow and admiring it and stuff.
Yeah, and this place does still feel like a little off. Like it doesn't feel quite like home. But there is sort of this feeling like, maybe it's not so bad. Like it's not perfect, for sure. But it's not bad either.
Well, if Lord Oberon's presence can come here, then Orlan's okay with this place.
Right on.
Does Melora ever like approach Orlan and be like, "What did you do?"
She just comes back out of this tree with a bow.
After
I mean-
she like molested Odayn?
Well, well, first of all, like, Melora's not like possessive of you. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she's definitely like got feelings or whatever. But also, there's this whole thing where it's like, is it really you that she's got? Because it's not. You don't remember.
Right.
You know.
Right.
So it's a little more complicated than just like being jealous. I guess. You know, like.
Classic. It's complicated.
Yeah. There definitely was like some traded looks there, you know, like she wasn't super comfortable with it or anything, but yeah, she doesn't like, you know, get real mean with her or anything. She also likes Orlan, so
That's true.
Orlan's only doing it because Oberon. She
Yeah.
would have respected your boundaries a bit more. If,
Yeah, I think she probably kind of gets that it has something to do with that. But yeah, I mean, she stays close to you the rest of the time that you're sleeping and sort of like watches over you. But that's about it, I think. So what would you guys like to do? We can skip to the end of the rest if you like. Up to you guys. Roll 20.
That's what
when
we'll
they're
do in the morning.
when there are 2 hours left, and Lyram has finished his required time, he will start pacing in a circle around the dome.
oh, so you would have seen Orilyn coming out of the tree, looking.
Oh yeah,
all
he saw
mean.
the whole thing. He's
Yeah.
aware while he's resting.
Yeah, but she came back an hour before the long rest would have ended.
Okay, you came back to this then.
You going around in circles.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So you guys just like finish the rest of the watches in while Lyram's pacing and Orlan, what are you doing? Like, you come back and
she's
settle
just-
down? Or?
Yeah, she's just gonna go and sit near the dome, admiring the bow and resting because she used 2 spells, 2 of her warlock spells.
All right. So, yeah, we can just skip to the end of the long rest, replenish your spells. You guys wake up. Time doesn't really seem to have passed here. Everything, there's not really day-night cycles here, so everything looks the same. But some of you wake up feeling a little bit more rested. The camp is quiet. Seems like everybody's sleeping in late. They were partying quite a bit yesterday, so they're probably gonna sleep it off. Agape is just sort of standing there watching Lyram pace. What would you guys like to do?
I have something to do in the morning when we wake, or when Vash wakes.
Absolutely.
So after he gets his rest, he will sit and meditate and prepare his spells, and then probably probably grab the stuff and leave the dome and go a little ways away for a little bit of privacy.
Another small thing,
Fine.
if anyone was awake, like right as those 2 hours, as the last 2 hours started, he would have swapped out, like, opened up his chest and swapped out 1 gear or 1 piece.
Okay.
Opened up his chest.
Weird.
Awesome.
Yeah, what does that look like?
I don't know. You know what they say: path to the heart is a good screwdriver. No,
It's like candy.
he would, I guess, right as he woke up, so he would have been here. He would tap in a certain spot on his chest, and a little panel would pop open. And then he would go into his bag and pull out some tinker's tools and remove a small cylinder with bumps on it, and then look at it for a moment, look in his bag, and swap it with a different one.
Okay.
And then he'd close it back up and start pacing.
Alrighty.
I don't trust it.
All
I
right.
think when Odayn wakes up, that's when the dome disappears.
Yeah, because it only lasts 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you wake up and the dome powers down. Vash, what are you doing?
Going a little ways away for privacy, and then I'm going to
All fallen.
whoosh. You follow me?
Or he
I
starts
stop
to. at least.
halfway. And what are you doing?
Following you.
No.
Oh. I'll turn around. Head back to the group. Keep pacing.
It's just like, it's gonna be a thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go over and I'm gonna start ritually casting augury.
All right.
I mean, accidentally closed it. Click.
Okay. So what's the method that you use for augury? Is it the tarot card?
I'm not sure. I don't think I have tarot cards. I was thinking of trying to use the I forget what the name of them is. The stones that we can stick to our skin and heal ourselves with. They're part of a
Oh,
game, right?
yeah.
The
like-
mahjong tiles.
yeah, the tiles.
The tiles. Yeah, the tiles, those. I have a bunch of them.
Yeah, so it could be like a similar thing to like, I guess like casting lots maybe, or casting bones, where you like read how they land. Like you shake them up and toss them on the ground, like you're reading. How
Yeah, even if I have to like mentally go, okay, this one means this in my head and this one means this, so that I can like get a clear picture of what the message is.
Okay.
Even if I have to like reassign what they mean. But
So what's the specific course of action that you plan to take in the next 30 minutes? You can whisper it to me if you want.
I think it'll just be using / attuning to the armor as a whole. Like all the pieces that could reasonably be attached to me without impaling myself.
Okay.
Everything but the big tentacles, basically.
And this might be
And
kind of a loaded question,
Right.
but who are you asking?
Oh,
Or what? I suppose.
Vash doesn't have it. Well, Vash doesn't really have a god. So,
I mean, it could just be like you're asking
spirits?
nature.
I don't know.
Yeah, nature.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
The spirits of the elements, or like whatever. It could be a lot of different things. I think that's fair. Let's see here. And you're asking specifically about if you put it all on and attune to it.
What's going to happen? Good, bad, or otherwise?
So when you're reading the tiles, maybe how they landed, which way they're turned, I'm not really sure how you're reading them. But the omens you get, none of them are good. None of them are like, this is a good thing. You get quite a few that are like, this is a bad thing, and quite a few that are like neutral or nothing. Roll a d20.
Okay.
I think there's probably more of them that say it's a bad thing.
Okay.
None of them.
And then I guess
Nothing turns up positive. Some things turned
Right.
up like mixed, or not sure, or nothing, like neutral, and quite a few of them turn up like this is a bad thing.
Okay. Okay, so and then my next question would be, if I want to ritually cast divination, it says a sacrificial offering appropriate to your religion. What would that be?
Animal sacrifice, maybe.
Can I just burn something?
I suppose. What level is Let me look up the spell.
4th. Oh, here, I'll link it.
Yeah, I kind of want to take a look at the wording and see how significant of a sacrifice it should be.
Worth at least 25 GP.
Yeah, I think you could burn something worth 25 gold. If you want to burn something. It could be a thing worth 25 gold or a significant life of an animal. So something bigger than a bird, you know, it has to be like a dog size thing. Might be pretty good size. That might be enough. I think
Dog sized, you say?
maybe dog sized or larger.
Yeah, I will pull out a bowl that I use, and maybe, yeah, I'll pull out a handful of oh my god, I was just looking there of healing herbs. I'm not sure exactly how much those are worth, but I think they're worth like close to 25 GP each. So I'll just pull out like 4.
Okay.
I have a ton of them, and I never turn them into potions anyways. And I will burn them as incense / offering.
All right. And what's the question?
Is there a safe way? Wait, no. Let's see. I need to consider these.
Yeah, you need to think about this.
If anyone else wants to do something while I think about this, feel free. Thanks.
I think they might be interested in what you're doing. They might want to see how
Awesome.
this plays out.
Okay. It doesn't have to. It's not yes or no, is it? It's short phrase or cryptic. Okay, so it doesn't have to be.
It's whatever I want. It can be a truthful reply.
Right.
It could be a short phrase, cryptic rhyme, or an omen. Like I could just have something happen. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I've been doing this a lot with your quote unquote visions. I don't ever have them tell you exactly what's going on. It's always just like a weird thing, and I just leave you to try and interpret it. And I'm gonna be real with you. Most of the time, you don't quite get it right. But that's the intent.
Yeah.
That's the intent. So just keep that in mind. But you may want to think about it because I don't know. Like depending on what you ask, it might affect what I end up doing. So I'm not saying I'm gonna definitely give you an omen that's hard to decipher. Depending on the question.
First question. What are the properties of this armor? The armor itself, not the tentacles. What is its capabilities, I suppose, maybe?
Protection. And maybe this isn't like something that's directly like said to you in a voice, but maybe it's just more of like a feeling that you get, or like a sort of realization that you get. And I think it happens as you burn, the stuff you're burning. The armor's properties are protection and an extension of one's will, control. And also danger to those who aren't meant to wear it is sort of the feeling that you get. It's hard to say what those not meant to wear it means because it doesn't feel like necessarily like a creature thing.
Like it doesn't feel like race or like humanoid or whatever. It's not about any of that stuff. It's something else that makes you meant to wear it. The first thing that comes to mind after that, the first thing that comes to mind is like flesh, because it can corrupt anything, any kind of creature.
Oh. Okay, second question. Can I safely don the armor?
A bush next to you bursts into flames. Like spontaneously combusts. And if you don't do something about it, the fire is going to spread.
I'm gonna look
Like
at it for a minute.
It's a bad flame. Yeah. How intently do you look at it?
Well, I'm trying to read signs right now, so probably
Yeah.
intently.
Would you like to make a religion check?
Sure. Oh.
That's good enough. You hear a masculine voice from the fire. Like you're looking into the flames, and there's a moment where you like, you swear you see like something looking back at you. Like it's almost like looking at clouds and seeing shapes in the clouds. Like it could just be your mind playing tricks on you. Yeah, Vash pulling a Moses, talking to a burning bush. But yeah, there's like a moment where you swear you see something looking back at you from the fire, and you just hear a masculine voice say, "Yes." And then
What type of face?
And then the bush just like smolders out like instantly, like it was smothered. Like the fire just, it was like raging inferno, and then as soon as you hear the word yes, it just goes out immediately.
Topol, did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that. Interesting.
Hmm. Okay.
It wasn't Tolpa's voice, by the way.
No, yeah, I figured. And I didn't recognize the face, or did it have any distinguishing characteristics?
Oh, good question. I know your passive is really high, but make a perception check.
Okay.
Good check. All right.
Pretty good.
So you do see features. You don't recognize the face, but you see, like, it happens really quick. But in that quick second, maybe like a photographic memory moment, like you're watching it over and over again in your head, and you see like scales. You see a face that has, it's a humanoid face, but it has scales on it. It's larger than a kobold. It's probably human sized about. And it's got these red scales and these golden eyes, these deep glowing golden eyes, and it's just staring back at you intently. The scales are red. Yeah. And it's just staring at you. Maybe it's got a couple horns coming up off the top of the head. Maybe
So fairly reminiscent of Ishu, but bigger and more humanoid.
Yeah. I think you as a player know what I'm describing.
Yeah, well, I think so. Yeah. um. Okay, we'll go more direct with the third question. If I put the armor on right now, will I survive?
The answer you get is one of you will. Same voice. Same voice in your head says, and I know you specifically said me. The voice in your head says one of you will survive. The other will not.
Do I need to? Well, okay. Yes, I need to ask. Do I interpret that as me or Tulpa, or is that just a me thing?
I think that's a fair statement. I will let you decide how you interpret that.
Son of a bitch. All right.
They're supposed to be a little cryptic, right?
Yeah. Oop.
Is that all your questions? I think that might be all of them.
That's all three, yeah.
I think that was 4 total.
Wasn't it 3? Well, the first one was a different spell.
Oh, yeah.
Augury. I guess that's it for now.
I thought that was pretty good. I don't know how you guys felt about that, but I was like, oh man, that was cool. That was a cool scene. I don't know. I really dig it.
Shit. Still don't know if I should put this thing on. I don't want to kill Tulpa.
You might not. You might be playing Tulpa the rest of the campaign if you put it on.
Ooh, that'd be cool. Maybe I'll leave it up to chance. 10 or higher, and he'll put it on. Nope.
Man, you made me hold my breath. I was like, oh shit, for a minute there. I was like, oh.
Vash will pick it up. It's kind of heavy. Like everything together, the armor itself isn't heavy, but the tentacles kind of are. So everything together is a bit of a load for him. So he'll like pick it up and lug it back over as everyone's getting up and doing their thing.
All right. Good scene. Take 3 XP for that. Orlan, take 3 XP for your scene earlier. Lyram, take 3 XP for marching around the camp. Odayn, take 3 XP for your scenes like with Melora and Fearsome and all the cool RP earlier. Actually, take an extra 3 XP because you did a couple cool things there. Sha'ah, take 3 XP for Sheep.
Sheep.
I just want to go ahead and hand out XP while I'm thinking about it.
Hey, Orlan.
Is everybody still
muted.
here? Everybody's like super quiet. I wonder if they all left.
I was muted.
She's
Sorry.
probably recording.
Orlan goes,
Can I? Stuff's a little bit heavy. Could I store this in your bag?
She's not looking. She's looking at a bow in her hands. And she goes, what stuff?
Where'd you get that? It's cool.
My lord gave it to
curved
me.
Stick.
It's
I guess.
mine.
Okay. You can keep your curved stick.
Good.
Okay. This stuff, right down. You got to look. It's down. It's the
She'll look over slowly.
It's just a pile on the ground of bits of armor and the tentacles. It's heavy.
How much does it? How much does it weigh?
I don't know. It's 50 pounds, 60 pounds.
Fine.
I want it back though.
Maybe.
Sorry, was that it? Was that it yet? Oh, never mind. I'll carry it.
How much weight are you carrying right now?
A lot. If I count those a lot.
Like, I know we're not strictly following weight rules, but if you're carrying like hundreds of pounds, like we might need to have a conversation.
This thing is gone technically, so that's a little bit off. Yeah, I would have to look because I haven't. A lot of these things I don't have weights on. Things that I've picked up from like samples.
Yeah.
So I'd have to ask you after the session.
All right. No worries.
Wake up now.
Yeah, you guys can all wake up. You guys, I think we're after the long rest. The dome is gone and stuff.
So, what's the plan?
Yeah, what is the plan?
We're gonna find Wizard Ubermal. We're gonna get him to help us. We're gonna go and save Lord Oberon, and we're gonna go and save the world.
What exactly does that help? What does that look like? I'm sure he'll want to know.
Well, we need to get there without dying. So.
Oh, here's a fun thing. When you guys wake up, the dog's gone.
Did Lyram see where he went?
Lyram, make a perception
Lyram.
check. Because he was watching the
Wait.
group the whole time.
Wait,
Would
who's gonna
Melora
make?
have said anything?
Yeah, Melora, where did Good Boy go?
I think she says she didn't know. She was watching Odayn.
It's just staring
I
at Odayn
track-
all night.
Can I track him with his footprints?
I'll give her a perception. No, she doesn't know. You can try. Yeah, you got all that special tracking stuff, right? You didn't.
Yeah, but only for if it's an aberration, I would have advantage. But
It's not an aberration.
okay,
You didn't.
at least you know it's not.
Right.
You didn't hunter's mark it, so.
Squeezing info out.
Oh, okay.
Pretty good.
Yeah, the tracks. You do pick up the tracks. They lead back to Hearsome's shack, like at the base of the ladder.
Oh, we're back here.
And then
Did he
yeah,
did the dog climb the ladder?
You don't know. The tracks lead there, and then they just stop.
It's not Vash, that's Wolf.
Yeah.
Your dog's in somewhere over here.
Well, maybe this is for the best. We wanted to leave him, right? So maybe if he
Aye.
doesn't see us leaving, he wouldn't want to follow us.
That's true.
Ugh. Why do I
Orlan, what have you got there?
It's a gift from my lord.
What is it?
It's a bow.
It looks powerful. Do you know how to use it?
My lord has granted me the ability to use it.
Wow.
What is it? What do you call it? It's got to have a name, right? A suitable name for a powerful weapon.
Ella's still working on it, but Orilyn's got it in her head, and she says it, and it's a bunch of gibberish because I don't think anybody understands Elvish.
I do.
Oh, you do?
He speaks.
Oh,
Sylvan.
no, never mind. Not Elvish. Sorry, Sylvan, but
yeah.
not Elvish.
Yeah.
Some people
Are you
consider them the same. So
Are you sure it's a bow? Kind of just looks like a bent stick, so, you know. Have you... I just went through this with Odayn. Have you actually tried it?
Nope, but I'm going to now. And she's gonna jump up and she's going to shoot an Eldritch Blast at the ground, at a rock somewhere.
All right. It would be just like your normal Eldritch Blast, but +1 to hit. We'll
Okay.
get you.
I
We'll get you
haven't-
something together for it.
Yeah, I haven't modified anything yet. But so just add a +1 to
It's
that
a lot of
attack.
damage.
Okay. 16. And you're just
Misses the rock's AC.
It does.
To a rock. There's one right over there. She'll get that one.
It does technically. I think rocks do have a higher AC, but
Yeah.
That's mean.
Well,
let me
that's
just
my
check.
first
But it's
beam.
okay. You still hit something, and it blows a hole in the ground. It does +1 damage as well.
Oh, cool.
So it, yeah. I mean, you can describe it, but it's like you're pulling back on like an imaginary string on the bow and fire through that. Just, if you wanna, what does it look like?
Yeah, what does it look like?
So normally when she casts Eldritch Blast, it looks like a blast is like shooting out of her hand, like she's like pushing forward and it's still going, right? Well, this with the bow, it's like a little force that's kind of arrow shaped, but not really because you can't actually see it. It's just like the air is moving.
Yeah.
You guys know what I mean, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Sort of.
Yeah. Yeah. So when she's doing that, she's still got her hand, but an arrow is forming instead of just like going to push it. She's got an arrow and she like closes her hand and it goes out from the bow.
Right on. Yeah. So channels energy through the bow and fires, and unfortunately, stone has an AC of 17. So it hits the ground next to it and blows a hole in the ground. But
I was just kidding.
I looked it up just
Oh.
to see. I'm sorry, I didn't make the rules.
There's
Well,
Missed.
the first one.
Oh no, Sha'ah moved towards it.
I see that it still relies on your aim.
Are two more shots getting fired?
Yeah, let's see if you can roll another natural one, so we can use the the thing that doesn't let you roll a natural one.
Can she hold back from
Odayn's gonna back up.
more? Because I think if Sha'ah starts moving into the direction she's shooting, she'll stop.
Yeah.
Shoot him.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Are you suicidal?
No, you are. I'm just checking if you hit the mark, but it seems like you didn't hit the stone.
Wait, you guys don't know what she was aiming at, though.
Yeah.
She didn't say.
I mean, it was really close. It was literally one off. So if she was aiming for this stone, then it landed next to it, and the stone like flew a few feet over from the impact next to it. Wait. It knocks back 10 feet, right?
If she hits it,
does.
so she's like
If she hits
knocking
something.
back
Oh,
a lot
okay,
of
yeah.
the dirt.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dirt that it hit instead would get knocked back at me.
Yeah. Okay.
So when
Alright.
it hits, it just has a little poof cloud of grass and dirt.
Well, that's going to be very helpful, Orilyn, for when we go to wherever we're going to next. Agape, where are we going again? Can you lead us to the new place?
Oh, incredibly useful.
Yeah, Agape says you fire a couple more shots.
Yeah, she's gonna hit that rock.
Yeah, you hit it on both of those. So the first one hits it, and the rock goes flying back 10 feet and kind of like skitters off the ground, goes up in the air, and then the second one hits it while it's in the air. And so the rock just goes flying into the woods, basically. Whoops. Put that back. I can't grab the rock because of where it's at now.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
You know, for somebody who's never held an actual bow in her hands, I think I did excellent.
Third hit was pretty impressive in the air.
Okay. So, I guess I'll just copy you guys. And Agape will lead you back to the stairs that you were all at previously.
So, Agape, I had a bit of trouble coming up the first set of stairs when you didn't think there'd be any issues. Should I expect something else here?
You had trouble on the stairs.
It's not important.
Yeah, Vash almost died the stairs, so that might be his weakness.
I'm carrying a lot of stuff
Yeah.
right now, okay? Vash is like hunched over. He's carried a lot.
Maybe you should leave the stuff then.
He's also moving quite a bit slower than you guys at this point. Now that I realize just how much stuff I have in my inventory.
Maybe you should leave the stuff.
But anyways, Agape does say that there shouldn't be any more of those. None. The rest of the stairs aren't like that first set. He does say that there could be some danger on the next floor. Limbo is a place of chaos.
Oh wait,
Danger like what?
He says, well, it's the realm of chaos, so the nature of that danger is somewhat unpredictable, just like the plane itself. He says,
It's convenient.
he says, the portal on this side is stable, I'm sure, but the problem is the portal on the other side, it's always in a state of change, flux. And in Limbo, portals can just form pretty much anywhere. Although they're
You keep calling this place Limbo. Is that significant? Do we need to know the name?
What's Limbo?
He says Limbo is one name the people use for it. They also call it the formless chaos. It is a plane of chaos where primal soup forms from.
What? Why did Ubermaw build this tower or put this thing in his tower?
Well, it's not in the tower per se. It's its own space. The tower really it just exists on several planes at once.
Melora, have you been to Limbo before?
Right.
She says, "No, I've never heard of such a thing. I don't think."
As we head towards the staircase, we did leave Avachai there, right?
Yeah, he's still
Yes.
there. He's been there this whole time.
Oh yeah, Vash, weren't you going to heal Avachai?
He's been a statue for days.
That was supposed to be after we talked to the wizard, remember?
All right.
This.
I
Your
can,
turn, like,
but then if
today.
somebody
Let's do
dies,
it
I won't
now.
have any way to save any of you. If I bring him back now, that's it for anyone else.
Didn't you say there was a store?
Yeah, with the wizard. Isn't that what Harrison said? He runs some kind of shop.
Limbo.
Yeah.
Was it in Limbo?
Agape says in all of your minds, he does have access to these things in his tower, upper floors, but I'm sure the Gith have something in Limbo that you could use, perhaps in their city.
City?
He probably calls them the people, to be fair, not the Gith.
Right.
Well, what are we waiting for then? Let's go to Limbo.
Agape says, just do try to keep your mind disciplined and focused.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
He says again,
Why?
the magics of this place can be unpredictable at best. There are many methods to travel through Limbo. Very few of them are actually reliable. And
You
he says,
Go on.
the most reliable, I suppose, is the ability to teleport. Not sure any of you have that, but I do. And if something does happen and we are separated, rest assured, I will try to find you. It may take some time. Just don't panic.
If
I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this.
if we did get separated and I can teleport, where should I teleport to?
He says, "Oh, you know the teleportation spell?"
No.
He says, "What method do you know?"
I can open a door. I mean, I guess it's not really teleporting. I'm just shrinking space.
Teleport by hitting ourselves.
Yeah. I can teleport if I stab myself.
She did that yesterday. You did that yesterday when you tried to save Melora.
Yeah, that's
She does
right.
that every day. I don't think I remember a day where she didn't hit herself.
Be
You
suicidal.
just have a bad memory. It's fine. I can teleport,
He
but I
said-
don't know any teleport spell. That's a spell.
He nods. There's a spell. Teleportation. Agape has meta knowledge. It's teleportation circle. Is the spell, I believe. It's the actual spell.
Oh yeah. I think I can actually get access to that later.
Let me see here. But Agape actually has the ability to teleport, so there's that. Like it's like just an ability for him.
Yeah. Misty Escape does specifically say I could teleport, so it's only 60 feet though.
So Vash is littering.
I'm reducing my weight, damn it.
He's polluting the wild with his detritus.
If I notice that Orlan is picking them up, I start tossing the torches out. 10 feet, 15 feet. She has to chase them.
I think Ishu picks up a scimitar if nobody wants it.
I was thinking about offering things to him first, but I figured he wouldn't want anything. So
I mean, you never know, right?
yeah, so if he picks up the scimitar, then I'll offer him the light crossbow before I drop that.
I mean, if nobody else wants it, he'll take it. Sure, he's not carrying a whole lot of stuff. Let's see here. Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Ishu, do you want to help me carry things?
Like what? What?
I don't know.
helping carry things doesn't sound like a whole lot of fun.
It's fun to help friends.
What do you got? You got anything shiny?
Here, you can carry all the food if you want.
Okay.
And I'll like pull out all the rations I have, which is 20 of them.
All right.
There's 40 pounds gone.
All right.
Issue, did you know that Vash can just make food?
What?
Yeah, he told us before, but he hasn't been doing it and helping us out. Can you believe that?
Hasn't been needed.
But you could just make food. Hasn't Issue been like asking for food?
20 rations, you said?
20 rations, yeah.
Well, since you could just make your own food, I guess you won't need these.
You can keep them if you want.
I guess you won't need these anymore.
Don't need them all in one sitting.
Yeah, he.
Why are water skins so heavy?
Because water is heavy, dude.
Yeah.
That's why. Like, if they're empty, they're probably not so
Maybe.
heavy. But have you ever just tried to carry around a couple gallons of water for a few days?
Not a couple gallons, but I've carried around just like 3 water bottles. Just all over
I've done
Japan.
gallons.
Yeah. It can get pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Carried buckets of water up and down hills, and it's not fun.
Buckets they're likely to spill.
Yeah.
I feel like my thing is not calculating weight correctly because I keep dropping stuff and it's not going down.
It might be stuff that doesn't have weight entered for it.
It did.
Hmm.
Anyways, I'll figure it out after the
All
session.
right. So far, Ishu has picked up 20 rations. Is he picking up the scimitar and the crossbow too, or no?
If he wants it. Yeah.
Man.
That's
Right.
true.
Orlan's only picking stuff up that's being left on the ground because she doesn't want you to litter her home or the Lord's land.
I
This
was
is not-
going to drop something to try to keep, because he didn't know what was going on and why he was throwing things away.
Fit in.
So he was gonna throw something away to try to fit in, but he's already like really efficient, so there's not anything in his inventory that's not absolutely necessary.
Nice.
Yeah, Ishu's not gonna pick up the torches because he has dark vision. He doesn't like bright light all that much anyways.
Technically, Orlan wouldn't really pick up the torches either because they're just like wood.
Yeah.
Wood with cloth wrapped around
With
it that's
cloth.
soaked in something so that it can burn. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also
I guess
littering though.
the burn part. Well, if it's just wood, it would just be like a tree losing a branch. But and cloth can deteriorate. But if it's soaked in stuff, I guess she would pick those up.
I think torches are generally soaked in some type of flammable
Yeah.
liquid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Orlan doesn't usually need to use torches, so you know.
I haven't used any of them. I've had all these things since session 1 and I've never used any of them. So time to go. Didn't even use the rations because we had fish.
You can sort of just summon a living torch anyway, so.
Yeah, exactly.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, I think Ishu's full up. I think 20 rations, a scimitar, and a light crossbow. He's not very big. He does also have a lot of money on him. So I think that's good.
To be honest, I think Ishu is as strong as I am. So, which is to say, Vash is not very strong.
7 strength.
Pretty sure you.
I have 8.
Orlan.
Yeah.
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 All right. So I think we're close to time to end. Do you guys
I think we're
want to?
past.
Yeah. Do you guys want to step
Yeah.
through the thing, and that's how we end it?
Mm,
We can see what happens when we step in.
is it going to be light on the other side, or do I need to prepare?
You're asking Agape.
Yeah, Agape.
Yeah, like into your
Also-
mind, he says, unfortunately, that's uncertain. You might want to prepare if the if you step into something dangerous or unpredictable or underground, he says, focus your mind. If you step into an area where you cannot breathe, if you can calm your mind enough, you can affect the area around you. Maybe stabilize it. Just don't panic.
I'm sorry, you said a place where we can't breathe.
It's possible.
Mhm. And the way to fix that is to focus your mind.
Yes.
Well, it was nice knowing all of you.
So if I'm just focusing on my Lord Oberon, I'm good to go, right?
He
Oh, this
says,
is going to be funny.
he says that may be one thing that helps. He says it could be different for all of you, I suppose. Are any of you familiar with meditation?
I am.
He sort of like nods his big horse head. And he says, the people are very fond of this. It is something that they have learned from birth. It's because of the realm they're from, you see. It has such an impact there. The mind can control essentially everything in Limbo.
Should we partner up, guys, in case we get lost?
If we hold hands with someone, are we
Agape,
less
you're
likely
with
to
me.
lose them?
Hey, Shu, you're with me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stick with these
You
two.
can be with the statue.
Wait,
Orlan?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Orlan. Go ahead. There you go.
There.
Why is the statue going with us again? You think? Do you need to talk to Ubermall?
Are you trying to go between Melora and Odayn? Is that what you're trying to do?
No, I was just trying to get in a spot. She won't go between them.
Freaking love affairs.
She-
We don't need that crap.
So just, keep in mind, like, look at the staircase. You might be able to get two people next to each other on it, but I think that's about the most you're gonna be able to get. So.
Like that there's
Jeez.
lawn chairs here.
Yeah, there's lawn chairs and little pillows. Yeah. You didn't see that before? Yeah.
I did. I just didn't register it.
Yeah. Ubermont
Lawn
made this
chairs.
like a little weird. He added things here that just don't quite fit. That's
All right, groups of 3. You go with Vash and Ishu, and she points at Lyram. I'm going with Odayn and Melora.
Yep, that's not happening.
He walks up and tries to grab Ishu's hand.
Sha'ah, who are you going with?
With Agape. He can teleport. I can't.
Agape cancels
Unfortunately.
too.
I mean, Agape takes up the whole staircase by himself is the thing. So you'll have
Yeah,
to,
that's why he counts as 2 people.
you'll have to stand like behind him, or I mean, you can't. You're a giant sheep man, so you can't really ride him, right? Like you are your own mount,
Yeah. Still medium.
But you could like stand behind him and like hold his
Yeah.
mane or his tail or whatever.
You could ask if you'd hold his tail.
Can I hold your
God.
tail?
Yeah. Okay, he's not gonna.
Don't look under.
Does Ishu accept my hand?
Yeah, but the problem is going up the stairs. You're gonna have to stand behind him in order to keep holding his hand, right? So you're gonna have to stand.
Yeah, I'll
like,
do that.
you'll have to stand
Oy.
like that.
This is really not going to go well.
And then the rest of you guys are like this. Okay.
Yeah,
wanna
Orlan's
look at-
clutching to Odayn's back.
All right.
I want to look at the stairs and see if there are any inscriptions on this one.
Like a roller coaster.
There are inscriptions on it. It's the same thing as
Son
before.
of a bitch. Oh, okay. Same ones. All right.
Yeah,
It's
same.
like, damn it! Now I got to type.
They're like in the
alright.
same order, like word for word, the same inscriptions.
So Vash is kind of hesitant then, and he lets go of Ishu's hand for a second, and he takes the first step.
Yeah, maybe you like wince a little bit. Like
Not wincing, just prepared. Like, this again.
Yeah, you go to take that first step, and you step up on that step, and I need you to make. No, I'm just kidding. You're fine.
Good luck, Vash. You can make up stairs. I believe in you.
Shut up! I hope you get lost.
Yeah.
You
You're fi-
won't.
Lyram
do
whispers
that.
to Lyram like does the not so subtle whisper to Ishu. He's so slow on the stairs, like an old man.
He says, Issue's like, you should have seen last time. Yeah, you're fine.
Hey, Shu, you're really not helping me out here. I will establish the mind link with. Well, let's be honest. I don't really care about Ishu. I'm going to establish it with Ishu.
All right.
Just in case we get separated.
Sure. So do you guys continue up the stairs then, I'm guessing?
God.
During this time, Shaw's gonna do Emboldening Bond and then gives it to Orilyn, Melora, and Lyram. Just in case we get lost.
All
Least.
right. Laura, Orlan, Lyram. Okay.
Hey, Agape, who's going to be watching over the statue while we're gone?
Agape says, I don't see anyone here to watch over it, but
Wait, I thought you were gonna bring him back. Bring him back.
are you talking to Vash?
I can't. Don't have the stuff for it.
Yeah.
If he was dead, I could, but he's not dead.
I could make him dead.
Hold on.
I
a
thought you were
second.
gonna-
Hold on a second. Hold on.
don't
a
think you
second.
should do that.
Should you make a roll for that, Vash? I think you might have to make a roll.
Sure.
You can
I
make
thought
it
you
in
said you
secret
could
if
do
you
it
want.
after a rest.
All right.
What are you rolling for right now?
For what he just said. Oh wow, buddy.
Hey, pretty good.
All right, roll insight. Anybody?
I'm gonna use my inspiration
Holy
today.
shit!
Ooh, man.
I don't think I need it.
Oh
but
yeah, I
I'm
don't
going.
have my inspiration. I'm gonna try that. Or I don't need it. I mean, doesn't matter.
So
Son of a bitch.
everyone,
Lyram instantly says, "He's lying."
yeah, everyone knows he's lying.
Yeah, I'm lying, all right, but we're not doing it.
Oh, I'm
And he
sorry,
starts
that
walking
was the
up.
wrong. I'm gonna give Ishu insight. Nope, Ishu doesn't know.
Believes it.
Ishu's just like, hey, Vash is a nice guy. He's so naive. I guess Melora too. Sure.
It's fine. I already admitted I was lying.
True. I did a crit.
Well, Laura believes too. Or doesn't believe, I
Yeah.
mean.
2 crits on the.
I feel like
insight.
Melora and I just look at each other. He's lying.
Wait, actually, I don't think I even can. Well, let me look. I don't know if I can today. I don't think I prepared the spell.
You said you would.
I know. Then I didn't.
You're a liar.
I did not prepare the spell. Whoops.
I
You're a
specifically.
liar. You said you would, and you didn't.
I had other things on my mind. All right.
I think Avatar is more important than other things.
We'll
Except
bring
for
him
Little
back.
Broad.
So I guess if one of us dies, then we can't be saved.
No. If I bring him back now, oh Lord, I'm just walking upstairs. Come on, Ishu.
Yeah, Ishu goes with you. All
I'll
right.
come back for him.
And I guess Lyram is there too.
Statue. Yeah.
Let me see here. Let me look at this. So.
Oh, so well, I was gonna figure out my weight before we went up the damn stairs, but
It's no. We can figure it out between sessions. It's fine.
Alright.
If there's stuff, maybe it's just not calculating the weight right because we didn't.
I
use
feel
the
like
weight
it's
rules.
not.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll take a look at it though. Okay.
That or it's counting my weight, like my character's weight as part of it.
All right, so I need Vash, Ishu, and Lyram to make
an intelligence check.
Not a saving throw.
Nope, it's a check, unfortunately. Ishu rolled a 3. Oh, you all rolled poorly, huh? That's not good, guys.
What's the save?
What's the what?
So much for
The
the
save.
wizard.
Well, it's a check, not a save.
To
Um,
check,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
But
Wouldn't really matter with my roll if it was a save or not.
it's not good. I'll say this. The object that, I don't know if you're familiar with the Limbo thing I'm looking at. I don't remember if I showed it to any of you or not, but there's a table here. The table relates to the Power of the Mind section, where you use your mind to stabilize an object. That object you're trying to stabilize right now, probably you, yourself, your person. So, medium-sized object, DC is 15. You all rolled single digits. So, what I need you to do, roll a D100. Each of you. Okay, we got 19 from Vash, 77 from Lyram,
21 for issue.
21 for Ishu. So, good news is Vash and Ishu end up in the same place.
Oh boy.
Lyram,
We got rid of him. That was quick.
Lyram, you kind of go your own separate way for the time being. That is all the good news, unfortunately. Vash and Ishu, you land in the midst of primal soup, is the word, in quotes. Primal soup of unformed chaos. This is dangerous in a couple ways. You cannot breathe in the primal soup unless you use magic intended for underwater breathing. If a creature starts its turn in the primal soup, it takes damage. If a creature's hit points,
Me or them?
this is just for
That's us.
This is just Vash and Ishu
Okay.
right now. We'll get to you in a second.
Yeah.
If a creature is going to take damage, so you guys are going to take damage immediately. It's not a whole lot. Start of your turn, you each take 1 lightning damage.
Wait, I take half of 1, which is 1.
Yeah. Yeah. And let's see here. If your hit points are reduced to 0 you will take this damage at the start of every turn. If your hit points are reduced to 0 from this damage, you die and become part of the primal soup.
I think we're going to suffocate before that.
Yeah, you also can't breathe, so that is the thing. Try to calm your mind. Maybe you'll survive. Until next time.
Cool.
Lyram. Let's see here, buddy. Okay. You land in a mixed elemental environment. A place where anything can and will happen. I need you to roll me a d4, please. Three. Okay. Now I need you to roll me 3 d4s, please. All right. So you land in a place of water, air, and earth. So the part of the plane you're taking to is a mixed elemental plane. The good news is there's air here. You don't need to breathe though, do you?
No, I don't need to eat, drink, or breathe.
So you land in a place. It's the best way to describe it.
it's a you land on a chunk of earth that's just floating in the vastness of what looks like stars and fires and ice, just kind of like floating in the distance. You're on a small chunk of what appears to be like stone or earth, that is just being berated by cold air and rain, like a terribly icy rainstorm. And it's just buffeting
Didn't
the
I,
entire area.
really quick, didn't I roll really well on knowing about Limbo? Was that one of the history checks I rolled really well on?
I don't know.
Okay. Can I make an Arcana check on what I know about Limbo?
Sure.
Or if I know any of how it works? Okay.
Okay. Primal Plane, Elemental Chaos. Basically, traveling into Limbo can be unpredictable on where you appear. If you can stabilize, like if you can make the check on your next turn, you'll be where you're supposed to be.
Okay.
Basically.
I will use my inspiration on it.
Okay, go ahead and make your next check then.
So it's just flat intelligence, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot to toggle advantage. The inspiration.
All right, this time
17.
you succeed. I was like, on that first one, I was like, oh no, you're one away. Yeah. So after a moment of just standing on this stone that's like floating through a void of elemental chaos, like the stone isn't still, it's turning and kind of like rotating. You might have to like run to stay on it. There is some gravity here, and this being just like onset by cold wind and rain. After a moment of standing there, you manage to gather your thoughts and appear somewhere a little more stable. We'll get to that in a second. Lyram. What I want you to do is mark a 6. Just put a note that you succeeded on entering Limbo.
Okay.
Vash and Ishi, you did not yet, but you still have a turn.
Yeah, I got that.
All right. Next, I suppose, is everybody else. I guess we'll do Agape first. Okay.
Yikes.
Say goodbye to Agape for the time being.
Shows what you know, horse.
Sha'ah.
So Shaw's gonna remember that he has to meditate, so he's gonna cast guidance on himself.
All right.
And start doing intelligence.
It almost works.
Well, he's got guidance.
Oh yeah, you do.
And his blessed thing, right?
Yeah, that's right. You only needed one more, so yeah, you succeed.
You.
I'm gonna put you by Lyram because y'all are going to the same place. All right. Now I guess Melora and Odayn.
Before we go in, I'm gonna use my bardic inspiration to help Melora out. Melora, just
Oh, if you use, well, I guess I was gonna say if you use it on me, I could give it to Melora, but then you won't have it. I gave it to both of you.
You can give it to both of them.
I mean, I only need 6
It
seconds.
lasts for 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, it lasts for 10 minutes. I only need 6 seconds per a thing because it's bonus action.
Okay. So they both.
I'll give one to Orlan too.
All
We
right.
can do this together, guys.
So everyone here has bardic inspiration. Okay.
Yeah. So did you give it to Melora and Orlan or just Orlan?
Or with Orlan.
Oh, okay.
Just one. Okay. So Orlan's giving out 2 bardic inspirations. Then.
All right.
As long as you don't roll a 1.
So.
Oh wait. I just realized you get yours back on a short rest, don't you?
Yeah, I can do both of you guys.
Yeah, you might want to do Melora too, because I only get 1d6 and you get a d8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll give you Bardic Inspiration by not Melora.
Okay.
So, flat intelligence check.
Yep.
Oh,
Melora succeeds.
bro.
Not too surprising.
You still
Here's
have
my d4 from Sha'ah, and then d8.
You succeed either way. You only
Yeah.
needed a 1.
the D8 does it.
Nice.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Odayn.
Yikes.
You still got some other dice to roll.
Yeah, you got a d6.
Did you already
That's
use
not gonna make it anyways.
Did you already use your
it's not.
inspiration?
I'll use my inspiration. Let's hope this helps.
Yeah!
That's better.
Nice.
Yeah, that's better.
That's enough.
All right, now Fea.
It's okay. You can find Melora.
Fea, right?
Roll an intelligence check for Fea.
Before we go in, I'll put Fea in the pocket dimension. Like, just a
You didn't
minute
say that.
later.
You didn't say that.
He didn't say it, but you would.
He goes with Vash and issue.
Orlan wouldn't forget.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Fea could end up wherever, and I could say, okay, I'm gonna temporarily dismiss it, and then
Yeah.
resummon
Right.
it where I'm at. So it doesn't really
Well, if
matter.
it dies right away.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It is possible it dies right away. I mean, you can appear in worse places. Believe me. These guys, there's some places you can appear where you take like 66 damage per round or something.
Jeez.
Let me see if that's right. Yeah, actually, that's exactly right. So, but I mean, Orlan would probably remember that, Fea could get separated and stuff too. So,
Yeah.
all right, dismiss then. Okay. So I want someone to first roll me a D2.
Oops. Didn't type it in the chat. Whoops.
Okay. Good choice. Now I need someone to roll. Let me check. I think it's 4d4, but let me make sure. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Somebody roll 4d4, please.
Nice.
All right. So 4, 3, 4, 1. Interesting. All right. So you guys are helping me create the map. Basically, this is what is going to decide what terrain you all are on this map. This map has 4 pieces, and those are the 4 pieces. Let's see here. Okay. This one. Then. Okay. This one was 3. Oh, good choice. That's going to be interesting for sure. Okay. Wow. And then it was 4. Oops. And then 1. Dang it. Come on. Let's cooperate, please. Oh, okay. All right, so the terrain that you guys see as you appear in Limbo is one of ice. The stairs emerge onto an ice shelf. And second here. Go. And this is the kind of funny part. Looking from side to side, the ice shelf that you're on is rather large. What does seem kind of odd, I suppose, is that over in front of you guys and to your left, you see a big patch of what can only be described as a terrain of flesh, and with these giant boiling pustules of acid, some kind of acrid green liquid in them. Ahead of you to your right, the terrain sort of morphs and changes into constructed stone and like the ruins of what looks like it could have been a castle that are sort of like like all broken apart and drifting in this like endless elemental void. And there are actually two still lit like signal fires in these ruins. Now, let me just copy a couple things and pull you guys over there.
So, as far as we know, the rest of us appeared at the same place, and Vash and Ishu are not nowhere to be found.
Yes, for the time being.
And
Yes.
Agape, I guess.
And Agape.
Yeah. For the time being. So just copy everyone, but
Which is funny because if those were the ones that you were expecting to go to the right place, you might still think you're in the wrong place.
I mean, Agape's not there, so we.
Yeah, so you guys might be like, "Oh crap!"
and all right, so I'm gonna pull you guys onto this map so we can get a look at this map. Okay, you can kind of see what I meant by like sections. So the two blue ones are the two fours, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and yeah, we see you guys appear on these strange pieces of terrain just floating in an endless void. Vash and Ishu.
So can I, when we appear in this, we were in a soup, right? Just a like weird formless chaos.
Yeah, a place of
Okay.
elemental chaos, like liquid elemental primordial soup.
And right away, it's obvious that like we can't breathe here.
Yeah.
Okay. So in
There's
mind
also-
link to Ishu, I will say,
There's also like no
Oh.
gravity or ground or anything. Like you're just
yeah, it's like weird,
Yeah.
multicolored shapes and
You
things,
see-
and
you
yeah.
see like stone drifts by, like a stone drifts by you, rotating and slowly turns into flame, and then the flame freezes in the air and then starts to drip down earth. It's insanity, and all this while you're suffocating to death.
Ishu, hold your breath. I don't think we're in the right place.
Make intelligence checks, please.
Make sure to focus on a city.
Okay.
Can I focus on getting like on us staying together?
You can try.
Okay. Not good.
You both continue to drift. You take another d6 of damage.
This
Don't
is
have a
where Ishu
token.
dies.
6
Updates.
damage. It's lightning damage, I believe. Let me check and make sure.
So,
You're resistant to lightning?
yeah, I
Vash?
am.
Okay. Ishu is not. So.
No.
All right.
Focus
So-
issue. You have to focus.
I can't. I don't think you can hear each other talking. Oh yeah, you're talking through the bond. Yeah.
No, it's in the mind link.
Yeah.
Yeah. That way we're not wasting any breath.
All right. I guess
I guess we just keep trying until we either succeed or die.
Yeah, basically. I mean, I'm gonna
Cool,
look at
cool,
it
cool,
again
cool.
just to make sure. But yeah, you keep trying until you succeed or die. Now, I just want to let you know, Vash. Focusing on things larger than yourself is going to make the DC higher.
Shit. Okay, 1 second. Let me look at something.
Sure.
This is a really cool map.
It is.
So there was 4 different terrains for each corner of this map. And this is what we got. So like you can randomize it and it can be a different map in a lot of different ways.
And they all fit together.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say in the mind link, Ishu trust me, and I'm gonna cast polymorph on him.
Okay. What do you turn him into?
Oh wait, hold on. I maybe I didn't think this through.
Because he'll have to make the intelligence check as whatever you turn him into, right?
Dolphin.
That isn't gonna work. Okay, I was thinking of like putting him on my belt so he comes with me. All right, fine. I'll just keep focusing on us staying together, I guess.
On both of you.
Till he pops away, he can focus on trying to get where we're going.
All right. Let me take a look here because the DC.
I think I have any tricks for this, so I just have to keep trying.
If you're gonna focus on the 2 of you, the DC is 20 for you.
Meh, fine. I only need a 19 or a 20 then. That should be fine.
Right. All right. Ishu's gonna focus on Ishu because he's panicking.
Yeah.
You both fail and take another D6 lightning damage. How long can you hold your breath?
Don't know.
I believe it has to do with your constitution.
Yeah, it's Constitution.
According to player handbook, you can hold your breath
See.
for a number of minutes equal
3.
to 1
Equal
plus
to
your
1
con.
plus cons. Yeah, so quite a while.
What's your con mod?
Mine is +2, I believe.
So
Yeah.
3 minutes. Ishu, same. You both hold
We'll
your
be
breath.
dead from the damage before we suffocate.
Ishu might be.
At 1d6 per 6 seconds.
You can also heal and stuff too. Oh no.
Yes, but any spells that require verbal is going to decrease that.
Yeah, that's what I just realized. You can't do verbal spells.
Yeah.
Because there's no
Yeah.
air. All right. So you each just took another 1 damage on that one.
Yep. Just repeated fails. Yeah, I feel it.
Maybe this is where we end the session. We're pretty late.
Okay.
So like we just end, like we see part of the group come up the stairs and they're on this like strange floating sort of terrain that's just floating through this void of chaos. And then we cut to Ishu and Vash and we see all this stuff interaction and we just end the episode with like them both struggling to breathe and they can't breathe and just like floating through space. Good session, guys.
Fun
You
session.
might finally get rid of Ishu.
It's not stairs.
No, he won't.
I don't think I will. Actually, I'm
Use
pretty
my last breath to revive him.
I'm pretty sure Ishu and Vash are both going to make it out of this, but we'll see. I mean, the dice could just say, no, too bad, so sad, you both die. But welcome to Limbo. It is unpredictable randomness, and that is just the nature of this. Yeah. So, fun
Why are
times.
so many spells verbal?
Lyram, by the way, when you put the hat on him, I didn't want to interrupt, just looks so confused.
All right. Well, thank you guys for playing. Thank you, people, for watching. Unrooted, good to see you again.
Yeah.
Does anybody got anything? Check the links in the description if you're watching on YouTube for links to things like artwork for Vash, music for the show. Yeah, all the social links like Patreon and Twitter and Minds.
How Orlan's video was created.
How Orlan's video. What is it?
Persona, I guess.
Yeah,
video persona.
Yeah. Video persona was created. And all that good stuff. Yeah, I guess we'll see you guys next week and see if they survive. If they survive Limbo. You guys got anything?
I'm gonna go on strike until I can use wisdom for this role.
I'm sorry, that's the way it works.
Children.
Monks use wisdom.
Well, they're intelligent monks, okay?
Yeah.
True.
But yeah. All right. Well, take care, folks. We'll see you next week.
See ya.
See ya. Bye.